great pleasure in welcoming you all to this year's National Marketing Summit 2026. Founded on the values of integrity, humility, and service, inspired by late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, LBSIM has established itself as a premier institution committed to academic excellence and its ethical leadership.
Its legacy of nurturing industry-ready professionals continues to guide our endeavors and shape the learning environment we proudly uphold. It is therefore our privilege to host this esteemed gathering of industry pioneers, academic scholars, and visionary professionals united in their commitment to share insights and explore the rapidly evolving world of modern marketing.
The marketing landscape around us is undergoing a profound transformation, one driven by consumer changing behavior, digital disruption, and the growing influence of technology and data. These forces are not merely reshaping promotional strategies, they are redefining how brands connect, engage, and build lasting relationships with consumers in an increasingly competitive and dynamic marketplace.
Today, marketing extends far beyond traditional advertising and sales. It has evolved into an integrated, customer-centric ecosystem powered by digital platforms, data analytics, artificial intelligence, and immersive experiences. From personalized campaigns and influencer marketing to social commerce, brand storytelling, and omnichannel engagement, marketing innovations are continuously reshaping how value is created and communicated.
For professionals, this transformation demands more than creative thinking alone. It calls for strategic agility, data-driven decision-making, and a deep understanding of consumer psychology. As markets evolve, marketeers must balance innovation with authenticity, ethics, and long-term brand trust.
This year's summit theme, Marketing Metamorphosis, captures this powerful evolution. Today, we will explore how marketing is transforming to becoming more adaptive, interactive, and insight-driven, enabling brands to stay relevant in a rapidly changing environment.
The summit will explore dynamic sub-themes such as evolving consumer behavior, digital disruption, sustainability and ethical consumption, cultural shift, demand for authenticity, privacy and data ethics, AI-driven content creation, and interactive storytelling. Moving on with these thoughts, now I would like to request everyone to please rise for the LBSIM anthem. Thank you. Please be seated.
At LBSIM, we proudly carry forward the legacy of late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, the second Prime Minister of India. His values of integrity, humility, and service to the nation continues to inspire us in our academic and professional endeavors.
It is an honor to present a short film on the life and leadership of late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, a leader celebrated for his modesty, ethical conduct, and steadfast service to the country. His legacy continues to inform our vision and purpose and shape our institution as we navigate the challenges of the modern world.
27 मई 1964 पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का निधन हो गया। देश गहरे विषाद में डूब गया। सभी के मन में एक ही सवाल था, कौन बनेंगे नए प्रधानमंत्री, कौन करेंगे इस महान सभ्यता का नेतृत्व।
आफ्टर नेहरू के बाद कौन होगा, तो ये उनको इस बात का एहसास था। जब मुझसे पूछा गया कि इस कमी को दूर कैसे करेंगे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित जी ने अपने व्यक्तित्व की वजह से, टावरिंग पर्सनैलिटी की वजह से, उन्होंने इस पद को शक्ति प्रदान की, और मैं प्रयास करूंगा इस पद से शक्ति प्राप्त करने की, जिससे कि मैं देश की सेवा कर सकूं।
2 अक्टूबर 1904 के दिन काशी के पास मुगल सराय में जन्मे लाल बहादुर का पूरा व्यक्तित्व ही गांधीवाद का जीता जागता स्वरूप था।
उनकी सादगी, पहली बात तो धोती पहनते थे। ये आम आदमी को उससे बड़ा भरोसा हो जाता था कि हमारे जैसे है।
पिता की छत्र छाया बचपन में ही छिन गई थी। विधवा मां के साथ ननिहाल चले गए, वहीं पर परवरिश हुई। 1921 में जब स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में कूद पड़े तो निष्ठा और दृढ़ता के प्रमाण मिलते चले गए। 17 वर्ष की आयु से स्वाधीनता तक लगभग 9 साल जेल में काटे। रहीमन हीरा कब कहे लाख टका मेरो मोल। पार्टी कार्य में उनकी निष्ठा से प्रभावित होकर नेहरू ने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को रेल मंत्री नियुक्त किया, परंतु 1953 में घटी एक रेल दुर्घटना की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए शास्त्री जी ने मंत्रालय से इस्तीफा दे दिया।
उन्होंने वो इस्तीफा देकर राजनीति में नए मूल्यों की स्थापना की।
नेहरू जी के मंत्रिमंडल में कई विशिष्ट पदों पर अपनी छाप छोड़ते हुए वे गृह मंत्री नियुक्त हुए। 9 जून 1964 पंडित नेहरू के निधन के बाद स्वयं पंडित नेहरू के चहेते लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने भारत के दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का पदभार संभाला। कुल 4 शब्दों में उस मृदुभाषी व्यक्ति ने देश को एक नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान।
उन्होंने उस समय इस बात का एहसास कर लिया था, देश के अंदर हमें अपने जो भंडार है अनाज के, उन्हें पूरा भर देना है, और एक जो भारत के गौरव और गरिमा को देश विश्व में खड़ा कर देना है, वो अगर संभव है तो जवानों और किसानों की जय जयकार करने से ही है।
लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, स्पीकिंग ऑन इंडिपेंडेंस डे इन 1965।
हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
5 सितंबर 1965 पाकिस्तान ने भारत के खिलाफ खुली जंग का ऐलान कर दिया। जवाब में भारतीय सेना पंजाब से सीमा पार कर गई। जब तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र की पहल पर युद्ध विराम हुआ, तब तक भारत की सेनाएं पाकिस्तानी सेना पर हावी हो चुकी थी।
वो किसी के दबाव में आने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे। जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव होते हैं। अगर आप दब गए तो झुक जाएंगे, वो नहीं दबे। लेकिन फिर शायद दोनों देशों की भलाई सोचकर वो युद्ध विराम पर राजी हो गए।
10 जनवरी 1966 ताशकंद। जिन आदर्शों के नैतिक बल का मजा वो पाकिस्तान को चखा चुके थे, आज उन्हीं आदर्शों की उदारता से उन्होंने समझौते के कागजात पर दस्तखत कर दिए। लेकिन अभी समझौते के दस्तावेज पर स्याही सूखी भी न थी कि उसी रात शास्त्री जी को दिल का दौरा पड़ा और उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। गांधी जी ने कहा था कि शत्रु का दिल जीतना ही वास्तविक जीत है। सुदूर ताशकंद में जब स्वर्गीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को कोसिजिन के साथ साथ खुद जनरल अयूब खान ने कंधा दिया, तो लगा जैसे शास्त्री जी बापू के फलसफे को चरितार्थ कर दुनिया से रुखसत हो गए थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री केवल 18 महीनों तक भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, लेकिन अपने प्रधानमंत्रित्व के छोटे से कार्यकाल में शास्त्री जी ने भारत के हर नागरिक के कानों में आत्मसम्मान और आत्मबल का मंत्र फूंक दिया था। अपने व्यक्तित्व से उन्होंने निष्काम कर्म और पुरुषार्थ की वो मिसाल कायम की कि उनकी गिनती भारतीय इतिहास के सर्वोच्च महापुरुषों में होती है।
As we reflect on the life and ideals of late Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, we are reminded that true leadership is grounded in integrity, courage, and purposeful action. In this spirit, today's marketing summit explores the evolving landscape of marketing shaped by changing consumer behavior, digital transformation, and the growing need for authenticity, agility, and inclusive growth.
This summit brings together diverse perspectives to understand the future of marketing. It provides a platform to engage with emerging ideas, learn from real-world case studies, and explore how innovation is reshaping brand strategies and consumer engagement while reflecting LBSIM's commitment to quality education, strong values, and continuous growth. Following the proud tradition of LBSIM, we would now like to invite our esteemed guests to join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp and paying our homage to late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji.
I request Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang, Mr. Amit Jawar, Mr. Lagan Shastri, Professor Praveen Gupta, Dr. S.K. Dikshit, Professor Saman Shantapriya, Dr. S.K. Tyagi, Colonel Ajay Sood, and Ms. Ananta Srivastav to kindly come to the stage. May I now request all the dignitaries to take their seats on the dais.
Moving further, we now request Professor Anupam Narula to welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Amit Jawar, with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
We now request Dr. S.K. Tyagi to welcome the guest of honor, Mr. Lagan Shastri, with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you.
We now request Professor U.M. Bhatt to kindly welcome our chief guest, Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang, with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Proceeding further, we are honored to invite Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, to deliver the welcome address and formally declare the National Marketing Summit 2026 open.
Good morning, everyone. Chief guest for today's Marketing Summit, Shri Amandeep Singh, Senior Vice President, PNG Marketing and Corporate Communication, Indraprasth Gas Limited. Guest of honor, Shri Lagan Shastri, Chief Strategy Officer, Reliance Consumer Brands. Keynote speaker for today's summit, Shri Amit Jawar, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Patanjali Foods. Conference conveners, Dr. Samant, Dr. Ekta, Dr. S.K. Tyagi, my faculty colleagues, Registrar and Chief Administrative Officer, Colonel Ajay Sood, team from administration, students, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I welcome all the guests present here today, and I offer my sincere thanks to them for being here with us today. I congratulate the organizing team led by Dr. Samant, Dr. Ekta, other members from faculty from marketing area, the team Genesis, and also the student body management grid for organizing this wonderful summit on a very cold day. Let me also take your attention to the importance of 10th January. It was already shown in the film. 60 years ago, the historic Tashkent Agreement was signed between India and Pakistan, and you can say under the mentorship of then USSR government at Tashkent, which is currently in Uzbekistan. And on the unfortunate, say, night of 10th and 11th, we lost our dear Prime Minister, Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. Tomorrow is his Punyatithi. So 60 years have gone after Tashkent summit. The young generation may or may not connect with such events, but let me share my opinion. These historic events have impact on our lives for next several decades and sometime even for centuries. You are witnessing a very, you can say, disruptive world. We talk about disruptive marketing, but disruptive marketing is equally impacted by the disruptive world which we are seeing. You see the direct attack on a country by the other country, and there is hardly any intervention from the global bodies like UN. So this is the new world order that we are seeing, and the seeds of this new world order you must have seen 3 or 4 decades ago in terms of invasion on Iraq and then Arab Spring, and at least this young generation must have seen. Each and every event of this order impacts on us. Let me draw my attention. Let me also congratulate the organizing team for putting such a stalwarts on our dais. Sir, I'm really proud of all the 3 dignitaries here in terms of the companies they're representing. So Mr. Amandeep Singh is from Indraprastha Gas, and Mr. Lagan Shastri is representing Reliance Consumer Brands, and Mr. Amit Jawar is representing a very powerful brand these days, Patanjali Foods. I'm really proud of them. I'm really proud of these companies. I always dream when we talk about multinational, one picture comes to our mind, Nestle coming to India or P&G coming to India. Why not we think of Infosys and Wipro and TCS? They are the Indian MNCs. So tomorrow already some steps have been taken by these companies. Tomorrow you will see all three companies may be the well-known global MNCs originated at India. So with these words, let me also share my opinion and my ideas about the marketing summit. Once again, I congratulate the team for a very apt title, Marketing Metamorphosis. It reflects the transition and transformation which is taking place in marketing. And of course, every decade, if you see, you will see some change in marketing strategy and marketing, theories and practices in the industry. But last one decade, you may say this is the most happening and most changing decade for marketing. So some of the concepts already students have spoken about. Disruption, and we also teach disruption in marketing or disruptive marketing. I personally believe disruption is embedded in marketing, right? And there is a concept of blue ocean, and I personally find hardly one or two examples of blue ocean. By and large, marketing is red ocean. So this is my feeling. That is why I see disruption is part of marketing, and either you disrupt or you get disrupted. Yes, social media is getting used very extensively in marketing. Unconventional advertisement channels, data analytics, and unconventional medias are being used to approach the customer. We have huge role of cognitive science, influencer marketing, and neuromarketing. In fact, say, what part of second you spend on a particular advertisement, that is being captured by the marketers, and from there they try to design their strategies. The younger generation, they want more accessibility, more speed in terms of serving their needs, great amount of affordability and accessibility, and also there is huge element of storytelling. These are the ways and means through which companies approach consumers these days, and they try to serve consumer these days. But few changes are also coming in terms of consumer, you can say, response to these marketing triggers. They want authenticity, right? They want authenticity, and they want your offerings to be validated by community. So there is a validation by community, and that is why you go for opinions and all kind of analysis over the internet. But few things I always believe they remain steadfast in any kind of marketing effort. One is, as I said, they are more talk about authenticity. So few things which never have diminished in terms of their value is care for customers and care for all stakeholders, and the mutual trust. A company which creates a space in terms of care, that company will survive and that company will sustain. But within these, you can say, terminologies and weaponry in the marketing, please do not forget, for all students who are sitting here, please do not forget, India is a nation of 1.4 billion people, and you may learn segmentation on various methods, but one bigger segment, let me share with you. I read, say, a few days ago, and I was very keen to share with you. India 1, it is saying India 1, India 2, and India 3. Not very, very encouraging, but yes, India 1 means 10 to 15%, which is highly urban. Next 25 to 30%, which is tier 1, tier 2, and other cities. And India 3, which is representing 50 or 60% of the nation. And there is a huge difference in terms of the family income and all. So there is a huge difference in terms of the products there. Of course, telecom is one sector which enters all three segments equally, and it has won over all the three segments. But as a student, you should be very, very aware when you go to work, when you join industry, you have to be very conscious in which company we are, what segment we are catering to. And we were discussing with the dignitaries today before we have come to the auditorium, and Mr. Amit Jawar, say representing Patanjali Food, so he was saying rural marketing, yes, it has grown in terms of importance. And yes, if T3 or India 3 is represented by 55 to 60% of nation, it is almost near to 1 billion. So there is a huge opportunity there, but let's not say only concentrate or plan your career in terms of India 1. You must plan for India 2 and India 3. Let me also conclude, we say old is gold, but old is gray also. So old is stagnant also. So markets globally, whether you talk about US or you talk about, say, some of the European nations, they are stagnating. So there is a huge, huge opportunity in emerging markets, not only limited to India. There are a large number of nations whom we call as emerging market. You must learn what we can do, where we find the opportunity, and where the opportunity for you to grow in terms of career. And last few words, please do not forget, profit is important, but purpose is even more important. Let me share a comment which I have read 2 days ago from current Air Chief Marshal, a very dynamic person. He has said, we will have good jobs, we will have good profits. He's talking both the people who are working in service and people who are representing industry. So we'll have jobs, we will have our profits, but nation is supreme. So think about nation. Thank you so much.
We thank you, sir, for your profound and encouraging words. Your insightful remarks have truly set an uplifting and thought-provoking tone for this distinguished gathering. Now, I would like to invite Professor Saman Chand Priya, National Marketing Summit Convener, to apprise us of the theme of this year's summit. Please, sir.
Good morning. Rather, I would say a warm morning on a chilly day. Distinguished guests, fellow academicians, research scholars, learners, and colleagues, a heartfelt welcome to this year's National Marketing Summit. On behalf of the organizing committee and the marketing area at LBSIM, it's my privilege to welcome you all to the National Marketing Summit 2026. Today, we gather not just as a marketeer, learners, and teachers, but as the architects of change in an era where the only constant is the change. Just visualize a caterpillar, grounded and predictable, weaving its cocoon. Inside it, alchemy unfolds. Old structures dissolve, wings emerge, and suddenly it soars as a butterfly. That, my friends, is metamorphosis. The theme that pulses through every session, keynote, and conversation at this summit. We choose this theme deliberately because marketing as we knew it is quite literally shedding its skin. The era of one-way communication, static campaigns, and predictable consumer journey is behind us. In 2026, marketing stands at a powerful inflection point reshaped by AI-driven personalization, immersive digital environments, ethical data revolutions, and hyper-localized experiences enabled by Web 3.0 and other emerging technologies. What we are witnessing is not incremental change, but a fundamental transformation in how the value is created, communicated, delivered, and I'm adding sustained. Our world has accelerated dramatically, and pandemics have reshaped behaviors and priorities. Algorithms increasingly overperforms intuitions. Privacy regulations have tightened. Budgets are under constant pressure, and competition is even fierce than before. Above all, today's consumer demand authenticity over advertising. As director has pointed, purpose over promotion, and I'm adding trust over reach. And yet, within this turbulence lies the immense opportunity. So the summit has been conceptualized into 4 different wings of this butterfly, which we are trying to catch. The first wing is the digital wing. Second wing is the human wing. The third wing is ethical wing. And finally, the future wing. These 4 wings around which this particular summit will evolve throughout the day. Together, these wings represent not separate conversation, but a unified journey of transformation. At this juncture, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our chairman, Shri Anil Shastriji, for his unwavering support and his strategic guidance. The encouragement and the vision of the board has always been instrumental in enabling initiatives like this, which strengthen academic industry engagement and a national level dialogue. I would also like to thank our director, Dr. Praveen, for his constant encouragement. I would truly fall short in my duty if I did not warmly acknowledge the extraordinary commitment of our faculty colleagues, professional support staff, and learners. The summit has been shaped by their tireless efforts, quiet dedication, and countless hours of work behind the scene. Their enthusiasm and the sense of ownership have been central to making this event possible, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of them. My sincere thank goes to Learners Body, the Management Grid, the Marketing Club of LBSIM Genesis, and of course, the Public Relationship Committee, PRC, for their commitment, professionalism, and enthusiasm in supporting every aspect of the summit. Their contribution truly reflects the spirit of ownership and learning that LBSIM stands for. As we move through today's session, engaging with thought leaders, practitioners, and scholars, I invite each one of you to participate actively, question boldly, and reflect deeply. This is not a movement. This is a continuous journey. Let us use this platform to reimagine marketing not merely as a function, but as a force that shapes markets, narratives, and society at large. With this spirit, I warmly welcome you once again to the National Marketing Summit 2026 and wish you a day of meaningful dialogue and enriching insights. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are eagerly anticipating the insightful discussions planned ahead. We are privileged to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Amit Java, a seasoned FMCG sales and marketing leader with over 15 years of frontline experience across some of India's most iconic brands, including Dabur India, Mondelez International, Reckitt Benckiser, Godrej Consumer Products, Britannia Industry, and currently Patanjali Foods. Across his career, Mr. Java has led large-scale revenue transformations, working extensively in both urban markets and deep rural India. What truly sets him apart is his exceptional ability to understand, anticipate, and shape consumer behavior at scale. From an engineering background to earning his MBA from IRMA and leading multi-crore FMCG businesses, his journey reflects the constant metamorphosis of the Indian consumer. He He has closely witnessed and driven key shifts from the rise of aspirational millennials to Gen Zs to digitally empowered consumers and the post-pandemic focus on value, trust, and wellness. His core ideas of expertise includes strategic sales management, GTM excellence, leadership development, and category growth. Known for his strength in authentic brand storytelling, Mr. Java has consistently using culturally rooted narratives to turn products into everyday habits and brands into trusted companions. Today, he will take us through the evolving Indian consumer mindset, sharing candid insights, practical takeaways, and fresh perspectives on how brands can lead through the next phase of India's consumer revolution. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amit Java.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, a big thanks to Dr. Praveen sir, Saman sir for having me here. Gracious to be present at this occasion, first of all. I think big thanks to Aman sir, Lagan sir, and the entire LBS fraternity on this great occasion of National Marketing Summit. थोड़ा सा मैं ना हिंदी मीडियम से हूँ तो मेरे को कई बार ऐसा अजीब सा लगता है when I start speaking in English. I'll convert in Hindi and English. I hope it will be comfortable with all of you. English. So that's how it has to be. Thank you, everyone. So सबसे पहले I think we'll start with this changing dynamics of marketing. I think first of all a lovely title all of you have kept. Whoever has decided it. Dynamics बहुत बदल रहे हैं. Disruption. I think sir spoke about this initial word disruption. हाँ मैं निकल रहा हूँ So I think we were on marketing metamorphosis. I think disruption we spoke about, sir spoke initially, US attacking Venezuela and then United Nations keeping quiet. इतने से एक अटैक से आप लोगों को नहीं पता आपके घर का थोड़ा सा बजट हिलेगा, 5 रुपये से तेल महंगा हो गया है. तो जिनको पता होगा मैं इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि I know this because that's how the entire ecosystem or the global ecosystem runs. और उसके बाद फिर eventually that's how our marketing spends get cut down. So just to give a brief, entire disruption, I don't know, एक butterfly का flutter, I think sir spoke, butterfly with 4 wings, and then different things which will happen. So these are the changing dynamics which are happening in this entire ecosystem. And that's how I think when we started our career, बहुत सारी चीज़ें अलग थी, अभी बहुत चीज़ें अलग हैं, which we'll discuss down the line, how things are changing, shaping up. So I think they spoke significant thing about me. Only couple of things in this my entire journey which I did was, जो मेरी जर्नी थी बहुत छोटी जगह से स्टार्ट हुई थी. प्रतापगढ़ करके एक ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट थी, ठीक है. तो मैंने स्टार्टेड द जर्नी ना, तो प्रतापगढ़ से लेकर दिल्ली की जर्नी में जितने टाउन्स आते हैं वो इंडिया का इंडिया 1, इंडिया 2 और इंडिया 3 रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं. तो प्रतापगढ़ एक गांव, वहाँ से शुरू करते करते फिर आ जाता है चित्तौड़गढ़, फिर चित्तौड़गढ़ से आगे निकले तो अजमेर, मिडिल इंडिया, फिर थोड़ा सा जयपुर, फिर राइजिंग गुड़गांव, भिवाड़ी विवाड़ी बीच में आ गए जो और थोड़े बेहतर होते जा रहे वक्त के साथ. एंड देन कम्स दिल्ली और सेंट्रल दिल्ली, Lutyens Delhi. So that's how the India has evolved with my eyes, if you see, in last almost 20 years, as when I started my journey and I landed in Delhi. तो मुझे लगता था सब कुछ बड़ा आसान होगा, and that's how the complexity increases of this entire marketing system. I will not go through, but I'll start with first of all an experience. I think when I was with my previous company, we launched a great product. I think Red Bay Fresh. आप लोगों को शायद पता होगा, नहीं पता होगा, किसी ने देखा होगा. We got a great brand ambassador, great formulation, बहुत ज़बरदस्त fragrance था, better than competition. सब कुछ हमने बोर्ड रूम में बैठ के बहुत बढ़िया strong TV plan बनाया. देवरकोंडा को साउथ में लिया, नॉर्थ में कार्तिक आर्यन को लिया, फुल पेज टीवी न्यूज़पेपर एड सब निकाले हमने. आई डोंट नो आप लोगों को भी प्रोडक्ट भी पता नहीं चल रहा, तो यानी वी हैव फेल्ड, करेक्ट. बट कुछ तो सीखा हमने, और मैं इसका एक एक्सपीरियंस देता हूँ क्यों फेल हुए थे. व्हेन वी सोल्ड दिस, हमने बहुत अच्छा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया, टीम को सबको भेजा कि मार्केट जाओ, जो टिपिकल आई थिंक यू विल गेट इनटू द जॉब, विल गो इन मार्केट्स, विल प्लेस द प्रोडक्ट्स. हर किराने की दुकान पे टांग दिया. देन आई विजिटेड, ऑफ टेक नहीं हो रहा है. आई विजिटेड यूपी का जौनपुर गया मैं. जौनपुर में जाके पूछा, भैया ये डला हुआ बिक क्यों नहीं रहा इतने टाइम से? तो उसने बोला ये बे क्या होता है. पहला प्रश्न मुझसे पूछा है, एंड मैंने बोला बात तो सही है, बे क्या होता है ये? बोला हमारे यहाँ तो अबे तूबे बोलते हैं, ये बे क्या है? एंड दैट इज़ वेयर आई हिट हार्ड, एंड आई फेल्ट कि बे तो एक जेंजी स्लैंग है. ये जौनपुर के दुकानदार कैसे समझा रहे किसी को बिफोर एनीवन एल्स. एंड दैट्स वेयर आई अंडरस्टूड कि एफएमसीजी में मार्केटिंग ना कई बार बोर्ड रूम में फेल नहीं होता है, एक किराना के काउंटर पे चुपचाप फेल हो जाता है. एंड दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक 99 of our FMCG products, when they come, they fail. Not because the products were not great, marketing didn't do well, or formulation was not right. क्योंकि किसी ने ज़मीन से जुड़ना नहीं समझा या क्या ज़रूरत थी. I think that's where I think let me begin with a simple truth. I think sir spoke कि changes are happening. I will tell you 15 साल पहले जो था वो बिल्कुल भी अभी नहीं है, जो 5 साल पहले था वो भी अभी नहीं है, 2 साल पहले था वो भी अब नहीं है. ठीक है ना. तो हर चीज़ बहुत जल्दी जल्दी स्पीड पे बदलती जा रही है. एक टाइम था जब मार्केटिंग में बोलते थे कि प्रिंट की रीच कितनी है. पहला प्रश्न यही पूछा था कि कितने घरों में जाता है न्यूज़पेपर, रीच कितनी, फ्रीक्वेंसी कितनी है. आज वो रीच और फ्रीक्वेंसी की तो हम बात ही नहीं करते किसी मीटिंग में. हम बोलते रेलेवेंस क्या है, कॉस्ट पर व्यू कितना कम हो गया है. एंड दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक द चेंजिंग डायनामिक्स हैज not just changed the tools which are there in the ecosystem, it has changed the role of every guy who is in that system which is running the pool. तो अब जब इतना बदलाव हो रहा है तो करे क्या भाई. ठीक है, जाए तो जाए कहाँ. सबसे पहले तो समझो आसपास हो क्या रहा है, ट्रेंड क्या है. एंड दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक सिंस ऑल ऑफ यू आर यंग माइंड्स, ग्रेट माइंड्स, एंड दिस मार्केटिंग समिट, सच दिस इवेंट्स ना ये आपको सिखाते हैं कि चेंजिंग डायनेमिक्स में हो क्या रहा है. आई थिंक सर वी स्पोक, आई डिडंट मेक स्लाइड्स आई थिंक बिफोर वी एंटर्ड हियर, तो ये पहले से बनी हुई थी. फर्स्ट चेंजिंग डायनेमिक्स इज हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन इज राइजिंग इन फंक्शनल FMCG. सभी को पता होगा पोस्ट कोविड वर्ल्ड, हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन. अब लोग आप लेबल पकड़ के देखते हैं, प्रोटीन कितना आ रहा है, ये कितना मिल रहा है. इससे पहले मुझे नहीं लगता शायद किसी ने प्रोटीन सोचा भी था कि हमारे खाने में कितना प्रोटीन आता है. सेकेंड इज आई थिंक क्विक कॉमर्स और कन्वीनियंस. आई थिंक वी स्पोक अबाउट कन्वीनियंस. 10 minutes journey of e-commerce and quick commerce are taking the center stage. इंडिया बहुत जल्दी अडाप्ट कर जाता है, और इससे ज़्यादा अडाप्ट करता है यहाँ का लोकल किराने वाला. आई थिंक तो दैट्स द थर्ड थिंग. आई थिंक रूरल जो है वो बहुत रिजिलियंट है हमारे इंडिया का, और बहुत फास्ट रिकवर करता है. हमें लगता है कि हमें टाइम लगेगा. मैं सिर्फ यहाँ मतलब आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू, एक छोटी सी जगह पे बैठ के मेरा भाई एक इंस्टाग्राम का पेज चलाता है जिसके करीब 25 से 30 हज़ार फॉलोअर है, उसको फ़ोन पे ऑर्डर आते हैं इंस्टाग्राम के थ्रू. और जितना मैं यहाँ बैठ के दिल्ली में बोर्ड रूम में बैठ के शायद नहीं कमाता हूँ उतना वहाँ पे कमा लेता होगा. नॉट टू कंपेयर द सैलरी, बट जस्ट टू टेल दैट ही हैज़ अडॉप्टेड मच मोर फास्टर देन एनीवन सिटिंग इन एन बोर्ड रूम वुड हैव डन. फोर्थ वुड हैव बीन कैटेगरी एक्सपेंशंस व्हिच हैव डन वेरी सिग्निफिकेंटली. प्रीमियमाइजेशन हो रहा है, बहुत फास्ट हो रहा है. पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स, गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट विथ ऑल दिस GST 2.0 मेकिंग गुड्स सिंपलर. एंड द लास्ट इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी, पैकेजिंग एंड रेस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर. अब ये ट्रेंड्स तो हो गए, अब ट्रेंड से आगे जाना है. इन ट्रेंड्स पे आप कैसे मार्केटिंग डिसाइड करेंगे. तो की कोर मार्केटिंग शिफ्ट समझते हैं हम I'll not take much time on this, and then I'll move to the faster India, which is marketing metamorphosis going forward. सबसे पहले हम क्या बिलीव करते थे कि एक मैसेज पहुंचाना है जी. मार्केटिंग वाज ए मीन्स और मोड टू मेक योर मैसेज रीच ए कंज्यूमर. नाउ दैट मैसेज सब कुछ ही वही पहुंचा रहे हैं, तो मैसेज ओवर द ईयर इज गॉन. नाउ व्हाट इज द मीनिंग इवेंचुअली व्हाट यू वांट टू सेल. जस्ट फॉर एग्जांपल आई पुट अप, आई थिंक इफ यू सी आज तारीख में आटे में भी वी आर गेटिंग डिफरेंट वेरिएंट्स ऑफ आटा. आशीर्वाद हैज कम अप विथ MP लोकवन आटा, selected शरबती आटा, sugar control आटा. I am just explaining you because that's how the marketing has evolved, understanding the need. और being a responsible brand, you start understanding कि मेरे consumers को क्या चाहिए, आप उसे develop करना शुरू कर देते हो. I don't know how many of you would have tried, पैक के ऊपर एक QR कोड होता है जहाँ पे आपको सोर्सिंग पता चल जाती है कि हनी कहाँ से सोर्स हो रहा है. सुंदरबन से हो रहा है, हिमालयन से हो रहा है, उत्तराखंड मल्टी फ्लोरल से हो रहा है. This small changes are bringing the entire marketing on a differentiated game or platter only altogether. As simple as egg mark का symbol लगाने से, I think I will give you with my personal experience when we were Dabur, honey sales were almost growing upwards only. But the moment we got a simple egg mark का हमें वो मिला license to use, our sales started moving upwards of 10 and 12%. हमने वो और ज़्यादा market किया, consumers को उसे समझ में आया. And that's where I think being a relevant brand or responsible brands हमने लोगों को समझाया. Authenticity and trust we spoke. I think trust आता है जब आप उन्हें बताते हो कि कहाँ से source किया है, कैसे package किया है. वहीं पे शरबती आटा, चाहे फिर आपका लोकवन आटा हो, these all are the brands which evolved. I think sir spoke about India 1, India 2, India 3. मैं इसे थोड़ा भारत और इंडिया के नज़रिए से देखता हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा आज भी आप, मुझे नहीं पता कितने लोग यहाँ पे उड़ीसा से हैं. When I did my ASM stint in उड़ीसा, being a राजस्थानी, कभी उड़ीसा बस वो भुवनेश्वर और पुरी ही समझता था मैं. And नवीन पटनायक, which was a stable government at that time. I was pushed into कंधमाल करके एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, भवानी पटना, कोरापुट, KBK करके बोला जाता है. मुझे बाद में पता चला ये इंडिया का ट्रायो माना जाता है, बर्मुडा ट्रायंगल है. कोरापुट, भवानी पटना और कालाहांडी, ये 3 खतरनाक डिस्ट्रिक्ट मानी जाती है जो सबसे गरीब है देश में. एंड आई वाज पुश्ड देयर एंड आई वाज थॉट कि इवेंचुअली हो क्या रहा है मेरे साथ, मैं क्यों फंस गया यहाँ पे आके. बट वन थिंग विच आई लर्नड वाज दैट कि यही असली इंडिया है जो सर ने बोला 1 बिलियन पीपल, 100 करोड़ प्लस पीपल विच आर सिटिंग देयर. ऑल ऑफ देम आर इवेंचुअली इक्वली बहुत फास्ट बदल रहे हैं. नेशन प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है, आई थिंक विथ हाईवेज कनेक्टिविटी गोइंग गुड. आई थिंक मूविंग ऑन टू द ओल्ड स्टोरी, इंडिया वर्सेस भारत. इंडिया पहले बहुत अलग होता था, भारत बहुत अलग होता था. सप्लाई चेन अलग चलती थी, सुपर स्टॉकिस्ट मॉडल. आई डोंट नो, मतलब यू लर्न इट एंड आई होप मोस्ट ऑफ यू वांट टू गो इनटू एनी FMCG स्टिंट डाउन द लाइन व्हेन यू गो इन योर समर इंटर्नशिप. आई थिंक आई कैन टेल यू विथ माई एक्सपीरियंस, इससे एक्साइटिंग प्लेस कुछ नहीं है. बहुत सारे लोग बोलेंगे कि धूप में घूमना पड़ेगा, अलग अलग होता है, ठंड भी है तो मज़ा भी आएगा. बट आई कैन टेल यू व्हेन यू आर क्लोजर टू द कंज्यूमर, इससे बेस्ट कुछ नहीं होता, बिकॉज यू कीप ऑन इंटरेक्टिंग. आज भी व्हेन आई गो एंड आई आस्क माई फादर वाई प्राइस एज अदर कॉम्पिटिशन प्रोडक्ट, वो मुझे रीज़न समझाते हैं कि वो क्यों. और मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, मैं पतंजलि में अभी आया हूँ, इससे पहले मैं डाबर में था. आई यूज टू आस्क माई फादर वो दंतकांति लेके क्यों आते हैं. एंड देन ही टोल्ड मी वन क्लासिक थिंग. ही टोल्ड कि दंतकांति थोड़ा सा माइल्ड होता है, लाइटर वर्जन होता है. और रेड टूथपेस्ट होता था जब मैं डाबर में था, रेड टूथपेस्ट इज मोर थोड़ा स्ट्रॉन्गर होता था फॉर्मुलेशन में. एंड दैट वाज द सिंपल थिंग विच आई अंडरस्टूड कि इस वजह से, क्योंकि वेज ईटिंग हैबिट वाले जो स्टेट है, जहाँ पे भी राजस्थान हो गया, गुजरात हो गया, MP हो गया, यहाँ पे वेज ईटिंग हैबिट्स होती है. यहाँ पे आपको स्ट्रॉन्गर फॉर्मुलेशन नहीं चाहिए होता है. क्लासिक मार्केटिंग फेलियर आई थिंक अगेन. तो दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक यू विल अंडरस्टैंड हाउ दिस ऑल रूरल एंड इंडियन माइंडसेट विल रन. और यहाँ पे आप जब कंज्यूमर से बात करते हो, आप खुद अपने आप को इवॉल्व करते रहते हो, सीखते रहते हो. दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक मार्केटिंग और मे बी द मार्केटिंग मेटामॉर्फोसिस जो हम बोल रहे हैं, कंज्यूमर से कनेक्ट करना, I think today this divide is almost bridged away because of the digital world which has come up. Why? क्यों हो गया? सबसे पहले तो cheap data हो गया है. India would have the, I think we spoke about energy consumption being the lowest, but India would have the highest, or maybe the usage of the raw data which we get. इतना cheap data है इंडिया में कि हर एक को पता है कि एक बिहार में बैठ के भी एक इंस्टाग्राम की रील देख रहा है, वही एक राजस्थान में देख रहा है. That's where I think digital discovery is changing. Young population, India is a young country. I think aspiration है, aspiration consumption को drive कर रही है. saving economy se we are moving into a consumption economy. I think third is the migration and micro entrepreneurship, which is rising in these smaller towns, which I told my brother and all that micro entrepreneurship. Fourth is retail modernization. आजकल वो किराना पुराने जैसे किराने नहीं रह गए जिनको लगता है. आई डोंट नो, क्योंकि आप लोग जेप्टो और क्विककॉम पे काफ़ी बिलीव करते होंगे, पर मैं बता रहा हूँ अब किराना वाला भी बहुत तेज़ हो गया है. उसने अपना खुद का डेटा बैंक बना लिया है, अब वो होम डिलीवरी करता है, उसने अपने व्हाट्सएप के ब्रॉडकास्ट चैनल बना लिए है. मतलब वो सब कुछ कर रहा है, उसके जितने उसकी खुब्बत है मैं बोलता हूँ, ताकि वो इन बड़े MNC से, मतलब जो बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजीज जो आ रही है उनके साथ फाइट कर सके. वो बहुत जल्दी इवॉल्व भी कर जाता है. एंड द लास्ट इज़ द पॉलिसी विच इज़ चेंजिंग. A smaller thing I think which I spoke, younger generation, government policies, cheap data. तो कंज्यूमर कैसे बदलते जा रहे हैं अब. तो अब अगर मैं आपको, आई थिंक उससे पहले मैं एक फ़ोटो से आपको समझाता हूँ कैसे कैसे कंज्यूमर होते हैं. एक होता न्यूक्लियर फैमिली होती है, अगर आप देखेंगे. एक होता है जिसको डेली का डेली लेना होता है राशन, मजदूर. एक होता पढ़ा लिखा कस्टमर, यंग जेनजी, जो लेबल देख के खरीद रहा है. देन देयर इज़ ए हार्ट टाइप कंज्यूमर ऑल्सो, जो वेट करते हैं कि कब सेल आएगी, कब मैं खरीदूंगा. देन देर आर टिपिकल ऑनलाइन कंज्यूमर्स विच आर इवॉल्विंग. और इन सब के बीच में किराना वाला वो इज़ द फेसिंग टू इवेंचुअली मोस्ट ऑफ दिस कंज्यूमर्स. आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक द एंटायर कंज्यूमर मेंटल मैथ्स वर्क, एंड दैट्स वेयर द मार्केटिंग स्टार्ट्स गेटिंग मोर एंड मोर कॉम्प्लेक्स. हर कंज्यूमर के लिए अलग मार्केटिंग भी करनी है, उसे अपने पास रख के भी रखना है. एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक वी आइडेंटिफाई डिफरेंट शॉपर्स. इसे हम कंज्यूमर बोल देंगे, कोई शॉपर बोलेगा. तो कुछ इसमें फर्स्ट कंज्यूमर है जो अवेलेबिलिटी पे ख़रीद लेते हैं. कुछ वैल्यू सीकर होंगे जो या तो 10 रुपये का पैक देखेंगे या फिर बड़ा पैक देखेंगे. कन्वीनियंस शॉपर्स होंगे, अर्बन यंग, जो स्पीड पे खरीदेंगे, रेडी टू ईट, ऑन द गो क्या मिल जाएगा हमें फटाफट. डिजिटल नेटिव्स, माई किड इज़ अ डिजिटल नेटिव. तो आई हैव सीन उसका पूरा बिहेवियर ये है कि उसे समझ में ही नहीं आता 10 रुपये की लेज़ में और 50 रुपये की लेज़ में. मतलब पापा 50 की लेज़ तो 40 में मिल ही रही है ऑनलाइन. अब मैं उसे कैसे समझाऊँ कि बेटा ये तो हम ही करते ऑप्टिकल प्राइसिंग है, ग्रामेज बढ़ा रखा है, उसको लगता है कि ये तो डिस्काउंट है जी, 25% का मेरे को मिल रहा है, 20% का. तो दिस ऑल आर डिजिटल नेटिव कंज्यूमर्स विच दे से इमीडिएट ऑप्टिकल प्राइसिंग, परसीव्ड डिस्काउंट, एंड दे बाई इट ऑफ. आई थिंक इवॉल्विंग कंज्यूमर्स, आई थिंक आप सब लोग इवॉल्व कंज्यूमर्स हो, तो आपको ये समझाने में बड़ी आसानी हो जाएगी. नाउ यू आर नॉट मोर फोकस टुवर्ड्स वैल्यू. एक टाइम था हम वैल्यू देख के खरीदते थे, 99 रुपये की प्राइसिंग, 29 रुपये की प्राइसिंग, 10 रुपये की प्राइसिंग. आज तारीख में वो सब हट गया है. बिकॉज ऑफ UPI चेंजिंग द गेम, द प्राइस इज़ नो मोर ए प्राइस. आई थिंक इट इज़ बिकम मोर ऑफ ए एस्पिरेशन. तो आजकल हर आदमी चाहता है कि मैं एस्पिरेशनल पहनूँ, एस्पिरेशनल रहूँ, एस्पिरेशनल खाऊँ. आई थिंक हेल्थ एंड क्लीन लेबल हैज़ बिकम मच मोर चेंज नाउ. कोई आज डिफरेंट टाइप से हेल्थ और क्लीन लेबल्स बताता है, कोई 100% प्योर बोलता है, किसी ने रिफिल पैक निकाल दिए कि प्लास्टिक को कम करना है. तो दैट्स हाउ द एजुकेशन इज स्टार्टेड और दिस जर्नी इज स्टार्टेड. एंड आई थिंक द असॉर्टमेंट विच इज़ अवेलेबल, आई थिंक जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज़ द मोस्ट अंडररेटेड वैल्यू आई थिंक इन द मार्केटिंग लाइन. सेल्स वालों को थोड़ी कम इज्जत मिलती है, पर जब मिलती तो ज़्यादा ही मिलती है. तो आई थिंक उन्होंने प्रोडक्ट तो पहुँचाया ही है. तो आई थिंक दैट असॉर्टमेंट एट लोकल स्टोर ओनली क्रिएट्स द डिफरेंस. तो भैया इतना सब कुछ बदल रहा है, मीम की मार्केटिंग आ गई है, तो भैया करे तो करे क्या हम. ये तो सर आप बता रहे हो इतनी सारी चीज़ें हो रही है, सब कुछ हो रहा है, तो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी तो बढ़ेगी भाई. आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू, सिंस मतलब डोंट थिंक कि द लाइफ वुड बी सिंपलर. चेंजिंग वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर, आई थिंक सर ने बोला कि ऑर्डर ही बदल गया है. तो पहले कभी US इंडिया सबके क्लोज रहता था, आज आपको डिप्लोमेसी भी करनी है, सब कुछ चलाना है, तो अब करे तो करे क्या. बिकॉज आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू वुड बी इंटरेस्टेड इन एन FMCG सेल्स और मार्केटिंग. Marketing is not that it comes initially at the first, you have to do sales, ground sales to understand. I think some companies what they have done and brilliantly they would have done it is like many of the FMCG की SKU का segmentation कर दिया है, प्राइस पैक आर्किटेक्चर बनाने शुरू कर दिए, E-commerce में क्या चलेगा, क्विक कॉमर्स में क्या चलेगा, लोकलाइजेशन करने शुरू करें. I don't know how many of you would have tried it. We have started creating different formulation only altogether for our different products. तो सोप में शायद कहीं पे हमें प्राइसिंग में खेलना होता है, वील प्ले विद ए फैट कंटेंट हायर, ग्रेड 1 सोप, ग्रेड 2 सोप, ग्रेड 3 सोप. दैट्स वेयर यू स्टार्ट प्लेइंग ऑन. आई थिंक NPD न्यू प्रोडक्ट, आई थिंक पहले एक साल में पहले जब आया था तो हम साल में 2 प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करते थे, हीरो प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च होते थे, बड़ी सेल्स मीटिंग होती थी. आज हर महीने के 10 प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च होते हैं. एज सिंपल एज कि कल एक नया लॉन्च होगा, अगले 3 दिन में आएगा, वो डिजिटल फर्स्ट जाएगा. वो डिजिटल में भी हमने अलग अलग सेग्रीगेशंस कर दिए कि कुछ जेप्टो पे जाएंगे, कुछ ब्लिंकिट पे जाएंगे, कुछ कहीं पे अलग लॉन्च करेंगे, कहीं पे हम रिलायंस में अलग प्लानिंग करेंगे, सो दैट हम समझ सके, सीख सके जल्दी और चेंज कर सके उसे। और देन इवेंचुअली जल्दी से जल्दी, इट इज़ नॉट दैट कि वेट करते रहेंगे। पहले क्या होता था, पेशेंस बहुत ज़्यादा होता था, तो आप 4 साल 5 साल तक लगे रहते थे उस प्रोडक्ट के पीछे। अब वो 5 साल का टाइम ही नहीं रह गया किसी के पास। अगर आपके कंज्यूमर ने आपको जल्दी रिव्यू नहीं दिए, फटाक से आपको दिखा नहीं कि ऑनलाइन फर्स्ट कंज्यूमर ने कुछ खरीदा है, या रिव्यूज़ कितने फास्ट आ रहे हैं, आप इमीडिएटली चेंज करते हो, यू गो बैक टू ड्राइंग बोर्ड, चेंज की फॉर्मुलेशन क्या है, क्या पसंद नहीं आ रहा, स्टेट लेवल पे डिफरेंट करो और आगे बढ़ो। दैट्स वेयर दिस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज ऑफ मार्केटिंग मेटामॉर्फोसिस आई टेल, ये इंपॉर्टेंट होते जा रहा। आई थिंक आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो, बट लार्जर पैक्स आ गए हैं, क्लीनर फॉर्मुलेशन आ गए हैं। कुछ एग्जांपल्स के साथ बता रहा हूँ, ट्रेड्स भी नए नए होने लग गए हैं। किसी को शैम्पू चाहिए तो कहीं क्रॉस प्रोमो करने लग गए आप, और ये बहुत फास्ट हो रहा है। पहले का एक टाइम होता था, सप्लाई चेन मना कर देता था, सर इतना तो हो नहीं पाएगा जी, एक गत्ते के अंदर कैसे डालें, ये डालें, पर अब सब कुछ करना पड़ता है। दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक यू हैव टू फाइट दिस एंटायर बैटल एट मच फास्टर स्पीड। आई विल टेक ओनली थ्रू ए क्विक कॉमर्स जर्नी। आप लोगों को पता है क्विक कॉमर्स और ई कॉमर्स बड़ा फास्ट मूव कर रहा है, बट आई थिंक मैं एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ विद द प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू विच वी ऑल सी, ये जितना हमें लगता है आसान है, इसमें ज़्यादा कॉस्ट लग जाता है। तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे होता ना, गो बैक टू रूट्स, तो इंडिया वापस जाएगा तो उन्हीं लाला जी के पास और उन्हीं किराना वालों के पास, और बिकवाएगा उन्हीं से, क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे 7 से 8% प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कंपनी को ज़्यादा होती है। एंड आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू रीड एन ई कॉमर्स न्यूज़पेपर, या आप ईटी पढ़ते हो, ये पढ़ते हो। एक रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा आप सब लोगों से, आप सब जेनजी हो, सब हैंडी मोबाइल देखते हो, कोशिश करिएगा कि आप एक अखबार लगा लो, चाहे ईटी लगाओ चाहे टीओआई लगाओ, रोज़ अखबार पढ़ना, प्रिंट, डोंट टेक इट अदरवाइज, क्योंकि जब तक आप पढ़ते हो ना, देखते हो, तो आपको दिमाग में मेमोरी में जाता है, सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में। वो मोबाइल में ना बहुत सारा डेटा, टू मच ऑफ डेटा ना, वो कहीं ना कहीं साइड छप जाएगा। तो आई डोंट नो, देयर इज अ सीईओ चर्न गोइंग ऑन इन एफएमसीजी वर्ल्ड विच इज सेड राइट नाउ, नॉट बिकॉज प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी हैम्पर होगी तो कहीं ना कहीं एवरीवन विल गो हेवायर। दैट्स वेयर आई स्ट्रांगली बिलीव कि ई कॉमर्स और क्विक कॉमर्स अच्छा तो है, चेंजिंग डायनामिक्स है, बट कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी भी को साथ लेके चलना है। विद सर स्पोक, थोड़ा पर्पस के प्रति सेल्स वाले थोड़े से सर कम हो जाते हैं, बट आई थिंक आई टेक दिस पॉइंट फ्रॉम टुडेज डिस्कशन दैट आई हैव टू बी ए केयर एंड एम्पैथेटिक पर्पसफुल brand also going forward down the line. Now coming to the entire metamorphosis, I'll try and put up some key discussions for each of you to think, ponder upon in this entire marketing summit. Go back to your rooms, think what I want to do and how this world is changing around me. Digital has changed the discovery and not just the distribution. मैंने बताया भाई वहाँ से एक वीडियो डालता है, शॉप नाउ पे उसे लिंक आते हैं, वो रात में कुरियर्स बनाते हैं उसने, और वो इंडिया पोस्ट से कुरियर कर देता है, अब उसने डिलीवरी के साथ टाई अप कर लिया है। एंड आई वाज थिंकिंग, यहाँ बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी में बैठे हुए बड़े बड़े सप्लाई चेन वाले डिलीवरी को बोलते हैं कॉस्ट ज़्यादा है, एक छोटे स्केल पे भी आदमी कर रहा है। दैट्स हाउ द डिजिटल हैज़ चेंज द एंटायर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन गेम ऑल्सो। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू सीन, कुछ नंबर्स नहीं प्रेडिक्ट करूँगा, बट आई थिंक मैनी पीपल आने लग गए हैं जो अब आजकल ब्रांड के इन्फ्लुएंसर्स बन गए हैं, जिनके यूट्यूब पे मिलियंस फॉलोअर होते हैं, एंड इवेंचुअली दे प्ले ग्रेट रोल इन कन्विंसिंग ए कस्टमर। एक वीडियो इनका वायरल होता है, वायरलिटी में सारा सब कुछ चेंज हो जाता है। इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैव स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग ए रोल। आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट इज ऑब्वियसली टेकिंग ए डिसीजन कि कितने डाउन द लाइन अनरजिस्टर्ड इन्फ्लुएंसर्स पे एक्शन लेना है, बट आजकल ब्रांड की एक रेपुटेशन यूट्यूब पे डॉक्टर या इंस्टाग्राम भी डिसाइड करते हैं। आई थिंक सेंसोडाइन कंसिस्टेंटली हैज़ बिन गेनिंग शेयर, आई थिंक सिंस वी रीड, आई एम जस्ट एक्सप्लेनिंग यू, ऑब्वियसली ए राइवल ब्रांड, बट आज तक उनका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन उतना कहीं भी नहीं होगा जितना एक शायद मेरे हिसाब से क्लोजअप का होगा, HUL का होगा। बट उन्होंने जो स्ट्रेटेजी वाया डॉक्टर्स एंड ऑल दैट, दे वेंट थ्रू दिस चैनल एंड दे वुड हैव डन ग्रेट स्टफ ऑन दैट गाय। तो ब्रांड की रेपुटेशन आजकल काफ़ी इमेजरी पे भी डिपेंड करती है कि वो कैसी इमेज बनाता है सबसे पहले। आई थिंक सर स्पोक अबाउट ऑथेंटिसिटी। आई थिंक मेरे को अभी भी लगता है कि एस्पिरेशन से ज़्यादा ऑथेंटिसिटी रहना चाहिए एक ब्रांड को। ब्रांड जो है उसे ऑथेंटिक रहना पड़ेगा। अगर वो ऑथेंटिसिटी में चेंज करेंगे तो ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती है। आई डोंट नो, मेरी वाइफ काफ़ी टाइम से बोलती है कि पुष्प का अचार मसाला होना चाहिए, एंड वाई आई विल टेल यू, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो दिस ब्रांड पुष्प? आई डोंट नो, गूगल करना। सिर्फ 5 या 6 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऑपरेट करती है MP के। अजय देवगन इनका ब्रांड एम्बेसडर है। ये जब मैंने वाइफ और अपनी सासू माँ के कहने पे ख़रीदा था ये अचार का मसाला, तो मुझे समझ में आया कि इंदौर से चल रही है, 450 to 500 करोड़ टर्नओवर। लोकल ब्रांडिंग बहुत प्ले करने लग गई है। अब पहले का टाइम अलग होता था, अब ना विथ लोकल रीजनल नुआंसेस कमिंग इन, आज एक जिरावन करके एक आता है राजस्थान का, कोल्हापुरी का मीसल रस्सा आ गया है, या फिर राइस रवा आ गया है। मुझे तो अभी जाके समझ में आने लगा कि रवा उपमा के लिए अलग अलग चीज़ें होती है, अलग अलग कोऑर्डिनेशंस होते हैं। बट आई थिंक द लोकल प्लेयर्स ना, अब इनके लिए लोकल लैंग्वेजेस नहीं रही है, अब ये लोकल प्राइड बन गया उस एरिया का। दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक एंटायर मार्केटिंग इज चेंजिंग नाउ। जो कंपनीज पहले 30,000 फीट अबाउ द ग्राउंड से सोचती थी कि एक प्रोडक्ट एंटायर इंडिया में चलेगा, अब रीजनल के लिए रीजनल नुएंसेस हो गए हैं। एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक स्मॉल बिजनेसेस आर कॉम्पीटिंग बिग विद ब्रांड्स। तो अगर बड़े ब्रांड को लग रहा है कि अजाइल नहीं रहेंगे, तो दे विल ऑल्सो बिकम समवेयर डाउन द लाइन ऑब्सोलीट आई थिंक। तो क्विकली आई थिंक ऑल दिस जेन जी टीम्स, आई विल टेल यू मतलब व्हाट वी डिड एज एन कंपनी, इमीडिएटली वी वेंट बैक टू ड्राइंग बोर्ड। एज आई सेड, स्पीड इज़ द की टू सक्सेस। हमने फटाफट जेन जी के 10-15 जो हमारे ऑफिस में थे उनकी एक टीम बनाई और उनसे समझा कि आपको क्या चाहिए। हमने उनके बिहेवियर देखे तो हमें समझ में आया कि वो जो खरीद रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से खरीद रहे हैं। अब कोई बोले कि हाउ डू यू वांट टू डू इट, चेंजिंग जेन जी है, बट आपको इन्हीं के साथ इवेंचुअली हमें भी इवॉल्व करना, उन्हें भी इवॉल्व करना साथ में एज ए इकोसिस्टम। कमिंग टू ब्रांड एंगेजमेंट, हाउ यू ब्रांड इज क्रिएटिंग ए नॉइस अराउंड इट। कैसे कैसे सेंटिमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, कुछ नेगेटिव भी हो सकते हैं, कुछ न्यूट्रल होंगे, कुछ पॉजिटिव होंगे। एंड दैट्स वेयर वी स्टार्ट ड्राइविंग डिजिटल ब्रांड्स आई थिंक। द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंसर मार्केटिंग, आई डोंट नो, डिजिटल अब प्रिंट में मेरे बहुत सारे बजट्स कंपनीज के सबके चेंज होने लग गए हैं। 45 to 50% of the budgets are now moving to digital now. Right reach, right people. HUL जैसी कंपनी अभी पूरा काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंसर पे जाने लग गई। their CEO has come up and said, but I'll explain about my organization. Last month, December, we got almost as good as 9 crore views across the platform. तो that was 90 million views हमें मिले different brands पे। We got with roughly around every 900 ऑड इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के हमने काम किया। 1 लाख व्यू एक ने दिया है, सब रीजनल थे अलग अलग, किसी के 1 लाख फॉलोवर, किसी के 2 लाख फॉलोवर, किसी के 50,000 फॉलोवर। सब ने को क्रिएट किया कंटेंट, हमने उनको प्रोडक्ट्स दिए, प्रोडक्ट के प्रपोजिशन दिए। दे केम अप विद वेरी ब्रिलियंट स्टोरीज एंड दैट हेल्प अस टू रीच द 9 करोड़। द कॉस्ट पर व्यू वाज हार्डली 2 पैसा या 3 पैसा हो गया था मेरा कॉस्ट पर व्यू। तो कैन अज्यूम कि कितना कम खर्चा और कितना हाई रिटर्न्स होता है। दैट्स वेयर द इन्फ्लुएंसर मार्केटिंग इज गिविंग अस ऑनलाइन रिव्यूज ऑल्सो and the original content which gets created from this, all these influencers. This changes the entire game of the digital marketing which we play. Quickly, I think technology and consumer engagement which is happening, I think अब वो टाइम चला गया जब एक ऐड बनाने में आदमी को 1 साल लग जाता था, 6 महीने लग जाते थे। आजकल AI आने के बाद content velocity has increased disproportionately. I can tell you as simple as कि हर चौथे दिन हमारा एक AI based वीडियो आ सकता है, हर तीसरे दिन हम लैंग्वेजेस को चेंज करके हर 10 स्टेट में अलग अलग टोनैलिटी पे बनाते हैं। पर AI को वी आर यूजिंग एज ए इनेबलर, वी आर नॉट चेंजिंग, वी स्टिल वर्क ऑन इट टू गेट द ह्यूमन टोन और ह्यूमन टच इनटू इट, नहीं तो विल मिस दैट एंटायर थिंग। तो दैट्स द न्यू स्टफ। आई थिंक क्लोथ्स कंपनी आर डूइंग इट वेरी गुड। आई थिंक मैंगो हैज़ ऑलरेडी क्रिएटेड द फर्स्ट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टीन लाइन। तो यहाँ पे AI बेस्ड मॉडल्स बनाए उन्होंने। I think very soon we are also trying it, but I think that would be the changing entire ecosystem. AI models playing the role, an entire AI ecosystem coming to. That's how the future of FMCG is happening right now. Storytelling, I think sir spoke. I will quickly take you through. Food vlogs होने लग गए हैं, vloggers हमारे आ रहे हैं जिनके साथ हम reach कर रहे हैं। Nutella does it. Consumers अब अपनी खुद की stories को create कर रहे हैं brands के साथ और उन्हें amplify करता है brand का काम होता है। तो पहले ब्रांड एक वन साइडेड कम्युनिकेशन करता था कस्टमर के साथ कि मैंने एक निकाल दिया। अब कंज्यूमर्स खुद उनके साथ जुड़ रहे हैं एंड दैट इज हाउ द ट्रस्ट इज गेटिंग बिल्डिंग अप। व्हेन यू डोंट बाय व्हेन समवन ए साइंटिफिक रिसर्च कम्स आउट, यू बाय व्हेन 4 पीपल अदर आर बाइंग। मतलब ये मेरा आई डोंट नो सेल्स में होता है, जहाँ भीड़ लगी होती है ऑटोमेटिकली लोग पूछ जाते हैं कि कुछ तो अच्छा ही होगा, यहाँ पे कचौरी अच्छी मिल रही है, भीड़ अच्छी है तो खरीद लो जी। मेरे साथ 4 और बेवकूफ़ बन ही रहे हैं। तो दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक कंटेंट एंड को क्रिएशन आर प्लेइंग। आई डोंट नो, मीम्स जनरेशन है, ब्रांड अपने आप को रोस्ट कर रहे हैं आजकल। दैट्स हाउ द मार्केटिंग इज इवॉल्विंग। आई डोंट नो, जेप्टो, जोमेटो, दे आर डूइंग इट रियली वेल। आई थिंक देयर एवरी एड विच कम्स अप एवरी फोर्टनाइट और एवरी 10 days, विच अमूल यूज टू डू बहुत पहले करता था। कुछ लोग उसे कॉपी नहीं कर पाए, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से किया। आई थिंक TV एड्स के प्रति थोड़ा नई जनरेशन कम जा रही है, मीम मार्केटिंग देखती है। And I think that's how it is helping most of the companies quickly to turn around. Retail, I will not spend much time. अपने आप retail grow करेगा, लाला जी evolve हो जाएंगे। स्पीड इज़ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग आई स्पोक. आपकी ब्रांड है, अगर कुछ कर रही है, नया क्रिसमस आया, प्लम केक लॉन्च करना है, आई थिंक आई डोंट नो 10 दिन का विंडो होता था, एक टाइम होता था, कंपनी सोचती थी पूरे सीजन के लिए लॉन्च करना है. बट आई थिंक दैट्स हाउ इट इज़ चेंजिंग. लास्ट आई थिंक बिफोर आई एंड, आई थिंक ब्रांड्स मस्ट बी क्लियर व्हाट दे वांट डोंट वांट टू डू. सब कुछ करना नहीं होता, कई बार कुछ छोड़ भी देना होता है ब्रांड्स को, सो दैट दे विन. उसका एक रीज़न है आई थिंक कि कई बार ब्रांड्स कुछ गलत ट्राई करेंगे तो वो भी गड़बड़ होता है. यू शुड नॉट ट्राई एवरीथिंग, यू कैन नॉट बिकम एवरीथिंग, यू कैन जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स. आई थिंक बिफोर आई क्लोज, बिकॉज आई डोंट वांट कि मार्केटिंग इतनी फ्लैशी लाइन है कि सबको लगे. इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ होता है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज़ द मोस्ट अंडररेटेड एसेट. आई थिंक आपको शायद नहीं पता होगा, अगर आज च्यवनप्राश की लोडिंग ही ना हो तो ब्रांड कितना ही ऐड कर लेगा, माल ही नहीं मिलेगा मार्केट में. तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन को ना लोग इतना हाईली रेट नहीं करते इंडस्ट्री में. बट जब तक अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है, आप कितने ही बड़े हीरो को लेके आ जाओ, सब कुछ कर दो. आई थिंक समर होती है हमारे यहाँ, विंटर्स होती है, वी आर हैविंग चेंजिंग क्लाइमेट्स, तो बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं. तो मार्केटिंग जो कैलेंडर होता है ना, दैट शुड गो एंड बिल्ड बैकवर्ड्स विद सप्लाई चेन रियलिटीज़, कि मैं कब तक दे सकता हूँ, कब तक नहीं दे सकता हूँ. एंड दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ द मार्केटियर्स दे फेल. वो अपने अलग नज़रिए से देखते हैं, सप्लाई चेन अलग नज़रिए से चल रहा है, सेल्स अलग नज़रिए से चल रहा है. और जब तक ये तीनों जंक्शन पे मिलेंगे नहीं, I can tell you most of the big brands also they fail, I think, in this entire thing. Just to conclude, I think दो ही चीज़ चलेगी, I think, या तो डेटा या दुकान वाला मीन्स डिमांड. तो आपके पास डेटा सारा आता जाएगा इन दिस नई जनरेशन. इवोल्यूशन होगा, लिसन करो, अडेप्ट करो, रियल टाइम में रहो, एंगेज करो, कंज्यूमर्स को समझो और उनके साथ कनेक्ट करो. आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर आई थिंक डेटा एंड डिमांड विल प्ले एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. आई थिंक दिस इज़ नॉट ए सिंगल डे, आज आप कुछ समझेंगे, पर ये कंटिन्यूस जर्नी रहेगी मार्केटिंग मेटामॉर्फोसिस की. बिफोर आई एंड, आई थिंक एक मेरे बॉसेस मुझे कई बार मार्केट में काम करते हैं, सेल्स में काफ़ी सीनियर्स आपको मिलते हैं. मेरे को एक बार जब मैं कभी एएसएम स्टेंड कर रहा था तो बहुत सीनियर हमारे अंडर सेल्स ऑफिसर थे, उन्होंने मुझे एक चीज़ बोली थी. मतलब यार मैं सब सीख लिया हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लगने लगा. मैंने उनको बोला, उन्होंने मुझे एक चीज़ बोली, जिस दिन अमित जी आपको लगने लग जाएगा आप सब समझने लग गए मार्केट के बारे में, कि मार्केट हमें रोज़ नया एक सबक सिखा के चला जाएगा, कुछ चेंज हो जाएगा वहाँ पे. तब शायद मेट्रो कैश एंड कैरी बहुत अंडर कटिंग कर रहा था पंजाब के मार्केट्स में, और आज मैं देखता हूँ वही जेप्टो क्विककॉम आ गए. तो मार्केटिंग का रूप नहीं बदल रहा है, मार्केटिंग का रूप तो बदल ही रहा है, पर एक बात ज़रूर नहीं बदलेगी, ब्रांड जो ज़मीन से जुड़ी रहेगी वो हमेशा ज़िंदा रहेगी कंज्यूमर्स के माइंड में, और ट्रस्ट ही रहेगा उस ब्रांड के प्रति. आई थिंक दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माई साइड. थैंक यू एवरीवन. थैंक यू. We'll open for questions after that. I am open for any questions, or maybe we can take it after down the line for the session also as per this. We'll have after 9. Okay, thank you everyone.
We sincerely thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Rightly said, marketing has not just changed its tool, it has changed its role. Your thoughts have not only broadened our perspective, but also inspired us to think more strategically and creatively about the future of marketing. It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Lagan Shastri, Chief Strategy Officer, Reliance Consumer Brands, as our esteemed guest of honor for today's summit. A visionary leader and dynamic strategist, Sir has spearheaded remarkable transformation in the FMCG sector, guiding Reliance Consumer Brands through significant milestones, including its transition to a management-driven organization and successfully navigating the complexities of the pandemic era with resilience and innovation. Sir is a dynamic business leader with over 25 years of experience in sales operations, management, and leadership. Previously, Sir held leadership roles at DFM Foods Limited and Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. At Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Mr. Shastri led transformational changes, achieving record-breaking revenue growth through innovative strategies and a data-driven approach. Mr. Shastri developed frameworks such as BPBC architecture, RED framework, and OBM to enhance productivity in India. He has also excelled in global markets, including China and South Asia, overcoming cultural challenges to drive operational efficiency and deliver remarkable growth. Sir has achieved exceptional results in sales operations, market strategy, and consumer engagement by implementing India-wide pricing strategies, capturing market share, improving profitability, and consistently exceeding performance expectations. A graduate of IIM Bangalore, Mr. Shastri is known for inspiring teams, fostering innovation, and delivering sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Lagan Shastri.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Mandeep Singh. Good morning, Amit Jawar and Dr. Praveen Gupta, faculty, staff, and students. So it is a privilege and a pleasure to once again come here and stand and have a conversation with a new batch of students. So I think they're all first year. So first year students. So a lot of the students are probably what we would call, I think, the COVID batch. Is that, so most of you, did you give the 12th or did not give the 12th? Huh? How many people actually gave the 12th exam and how many did not? है ना, ठीक. So therefore, the lucky batch, as I would call them. पढ़ना लिखना नहीं पढ़ा, बहुत पढ़ा लेकिन फिर एग्जाम नहीं देना पड़ा, है ना? So that's the good part. But yeah, it comes with challenges and benefits, right? So it works both ways. Time will tell. But as of now, as a corporate leader, I know that when we interact with the COVID batch, whether it's the 10th students who did not give exams, or the 12th students who did not give exams, or the college students who did not give exams, there's a fundamental challenge in terms of the amount of discipline and attention that particular batch, nothing to say to you guys, but a amount of discipline and diligence that you're able to put, because the journey curve between 8th and the final year of college, engineering or school, or even graduation, kind of that is the period when you build that muscle. And if you had the chance of not studying for 2-3 years, sometimes that muscle doesn't get developed and only comes later. So be aware of it. And corporate, certainly, people like us are aware and give you that benefit and also pose it as a strength sometimes. So having said it, so it has been a pleasure and a privilege. And one of the things I must say, every time you come, I mean, think about a person like me who's been associated since inception. So it's a new batch. And every time you talk about change and the growth opportunity and, crystal gaze into the future, कि क्या होगा, क्या नहीं होगा. So what students should learn from us? So you may be a 5-year-old corporate person or a 15-year-old corporate person or 20 or 25, even 30 and retired people. Everybody had a point of view, have a point of view, right? And you can pick it up from them. The important point today is, to my mind, today is different. That's their honest assessment. I mean, अगर आप देखते हो, so classically, life has moved in the history of the human civilization very simply. आप स्टोन एज पे थे, फिर आपने स्टोन एज से एग्रीकल्चर, एग्रेरियन एज निकाला कि भाई somebody learned and एग्रीकल्चर स्टार्ट हो गया, फिर then इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन आ गया, फिर इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन के बाद आपके तो सर्विस इकोनॉमी आ गई, फिर डिजिटल इकोनॉमी आ गई, फिर नॉलेज इकोनॉमी आ गई. So it's gone one way. The world has gone one way. And what is that one way? That intellect and education, information and data, knowledge is rewarded. तो बहुत important है जो मैं कह रहा हूँ. So जो मेहनत करता है, स्टोन एज पे करता था, वो जो है relevant नहीं है today. He is the labor class, unfortunately, right? And जो इंसान दिमाग से काम करता है, हम जैसे लोग, वो relevant है. For the first time in maybe a millennia or more than a millennia, in fact, the only time it's happened, is that intellect and education is getting or about to get democratized. Democratized मतलब irrelevant. सबके पास है. Relevant ही नहीं रह गया. मैं बार बार आके बोलता हूँ, and I know some of you might have heard, I don't know, about 5 months back मैंने बोला था कि the colleges need to, and LBS, I being part of it, has to move to a enabler of AI, right? So मैंने एक point बोला था, मैं दोबारा पूछता हूँ, how many of you, does LBSIM allow Dr. Gupta AI usage to present and submit projects? Not yet. Growing on it. So my 6 month ago submission or 8 month ago submission to some of you, I don't know if you were the batch or the previous batch, I said to the faculty and to the students, ki boss, fight your way. There is no way that your project can't have AI with it, right? You cannot have project submissions, conversations in classrooms, teachings that don't use AI. Students have to be told to embrace AI. और उसका reason क्या है कि वो baseline है. Reason ये है, baseline है. I don't know if you noticed, Dr. Amit Jawar, Mr. Amit Jawar, sorry, का उनका लैपटॉप हल्का 1 मिनट के लिए बदला था, तो चैट जीपीटी खुला था. खुला था नहीं खुला था, राइट? आप मेरे में जाओगे तो चैट जीपीटी खुलेगा, राइट? आप 2 साल के नए ग्रेजुएट पे जाओगे, चैट जीपीटी खोलोगे. आई एम बैंगलोर में बैठा है जो इंसान मेरी तरह आज की तारीख में, वो चैट जीपीटी है, अभी जेमिनाई है. सो देयरफॉर द फर्स्ट फंडामेंटल पॉइंट आई एम मेकिंग इज, इवन बिफोर यू स्टार्ट विद मार्केटिंग, इज रेलेवेंट ही नहीं रह गया ना इंटेलेक्ट. इंटेलेक्ट तो बैठा है, डिजिटाइज हो गया. एजुकेशन रेलेवेंट ही नहीं है, क्यों टाइम खराब करें? I'm actively telling my son, and Dr. Gupta, this is something that LBSIM has to really consider, telling my son, and he's having a conversation with me. He did his triple IT, and his conversation is, क्या मुझे MBA करना है? क्योंकि it's a waste of time. जो सीखूंगा MBA में, वो तो 5 मिनट में मुझे ChatGPT बता देगा सब कुछ. जो क्वेश्चन है उसका आंसर दे देगा. स्ट्रैटेजी बना देंगे. So therefore, intellect is no longer a premium. It's not the differentiator. Education is no longer the differentiator. So as you talk about marketing in context, so this is the global context. This is a planet level context, right? अगर और कोई planet है तो it's a universe level context. But basically it is a context which cannot be changed. In about, if you look at, my son had the privilege of actually going to a US, he got selected out of 2,000 children, and he went to this place where Mark Zuckerberg and these guys were speaking. And they are very clear, whether you talk to any of these guys, that artificial intelligence is what we're seeing right now, right? We're seeing artificial intelligence. Artificial general intelligence, I don't know how many of you have heard about it, AGI, at best is 5 years away. What is AGI? At best is 5 years away. AGI is beyond the human mind. मतलब basic human का interact हो गया फिर. अभी भी ये है, as you know, Amit said, and absolutely correct, कि आप, yeah, I think Dr. Saman said, is that, you know, you use artificial intelligence and then improve on it. ये आज का तारीख है. This was not happening 15 months ago, maybe even 10 months ago. And it's becoming ubiquitous. So therefore, after AGI, that person, whatever you call it, will be better than anybody in the room. Massively better. Massively better. So then what do? हमें तो बताया गया था, माँ बाप ने, भाई बहन ने, कि सर ऐसा है, बेटा पढ़ लो, MBA कर लो, नौकरी पे चले जाओ, जिंदगी चलेगी. अरे वो नौकरी नहीं रहेगी. That job is not going to be there. The job that supports intellect, that supports service economy, that supports the digital economy is out. We were thinking AI आएगा तो doctors नहीं replace होंगे. Doctors replace हो रहे हैं. Almost 90% of the young children today are having medicines and vitamins basis ChatGPT. Right? Most of us, our children, are telling us, ये मत करो, वो करो. Right? Because they look at ChatGPT. So they are more knowledgeable than us even today. Not because it's their perspective, it is the ChatGPT's perspective. So therefore, In this, what do you do with marketing metamorphosis? Marketing रहेगा कि नहीं रहेगा is the bigger question, right? And आप क्या करोगे is the biggest question, and therefore brands क्या करेगा? So individuals and brands, leaders and managers of tomorrow, which are you guys, entrepreneurs, or brands of tomorrow, which will grow from today, will metamorphosize, right? They'll come together. So what you are doing will continue. Brands what are doing will continue. New things will get added, but disruption हो जाएगा बहुत ज़्यादा. And undefined disruption. This is not even a classical phrase कि क्या होगा. So therefore, think about it. So the biggest worry, how many of you sit at home and think कि हमारी नौकरी रहेगी कि नहीं रहेगी? Anybody thinks like that? Anybody? Can show of hands. Anybody is worried about jobs? Worried about jobs, right? Already worried about jobs. So एक question, दो तीन question पूछता हूँ to give you. How many of you, I mean it's a stupid question but I'll still ask it. How many of you use Google Maps? How many? Okay. So you understand what Google Maps does? It technically knows where you are, जिसके बेस पे Uber और Ola बन गया. So basically अगर किसी non-trusting brand पे वो पहुंच जाए आपका डेटा, तो आपको मार सकता है वो. You understand that, right? The person can murder you. Sitting in the US, if you're given access on Google Maps, somebody in Google Maps is a crazy, killer. He has access to your data. यार आज मन है, ये रजत है ना कोई, I'm sorry, I'm using a name general, okay? कोई होगा रजत. So ये रजत है, उसको मार देना यार, ठक करके. I don't know, एक Invisible Man करके एक Indian वो आया था जिसमें वो जिन, वो कहता भैया ऐसा करो, एक आप विश मांगो और एक आदमी मर जाएगा, right? Somewhere in the world and you don't know it. Something like that. It's that dangerous. So with that context, right, from the danger of a job to a danger of a life, and the capacity to completely change the world, in fact, it will change the world, not capacity, hoega, and it will happen in 3 to 5 years, maybe 8. Let's talk about marketing, okay? So I will say this with humility. For the first time, and I pride myself on my intellect and experience, 27 plus years, for the first time I can say, whatever I say can be a load of bull and will be bullshit. We don't know what's going to happen. That's the most honest answer to say. The only thing we know is not going to be what it is today. None of us know what's going to happen. It could be a Terminator, could be anything, and it's exciting times to live in that sense. But जो हम कह रहे हैं ना, वो बिल्कुल बकवास ज्ञान है. उतना ही सुनना जितना समझ आ रहा है. जो सुनना वो बताता हूँ. इस सिचुएशन में जो हमें इस सिचुएशन में जब ज्ञान का कुछ केंद्र नहीं है, कोई फायदा ही नहीं है, तो किसका फायदा है? सिर्फ ये कि तुम क्या करोगे. What will you do? Whatever be the world. So I'm repeating that. It's irrelevant what the world will be because it will be different. The question is, what will you do in that changed world, whatever it is? तो change मत सोचो. जो world है उसके बारे में सोचो ही मत. अपने बारे में सोचो. And take from my 15 minutes or so from here the message of what you should do, or probably it will apply always. What applies to an individual, remember it applies to a brand. The same thing will remain to the brand. There are many other things and many ways people will talk about. Everything will come down to the final same answers, plus minus, whether it is Amit or it is, Amandeep or anybody else, they will talk you in the same manner. It's just the mode of delivery will be different, the type of conversation will be different, perspectives will be different. So take what you want. But that's, so मैंने क्या किया ना, I think about marketing once in a while and all that. So बहुत complicated, बहुत अजीब सा लगता है. सुनने में अच्छा लगता है, everybody comes and says, sales नहीं करना है, sales नहीं करना है. मैं भी sales का आदमी हूँ, तो sales नहीं कर रहा, हमें marketing करनी है, मैं brand strategy. कल ही एक को लड़का मिला, क्या sir, he was 2 years into the company in Ola, doing very well for himself. Engineer है, मैं MBA नहीं किया, और मैं strategy कर रहा हूँ, तो he came and said, किसी के through आ गया, कह रहा कि sir ऐसा है कि मुझे ना strategy करनी है. मैंने कहा एक चीज़ बताओ. मैं कहा ठीक है बेटा, तुम आए हो घर से आए हो किसी के थ्रू, एक चीज़ बताओ, स्ट्रैटेजी करनी बहुत सी बात है. मैं कहा ये बताओ कि कल मैं बोलता हूँ कि एक रिलायंस का एग्जांपल लिया मैंने, एक काम करना है, एक जूस ब्रांड लॉन्च करना है कॉल्ड रस्किक, क्या करोगे? तो चुप हो गया. चुप क्यों हो गया? मैं कहा क्या बोलोगे, मतलब आई एम यू मीटिंग मुकेश अंबानी, व्हाट विल यू टेल हिम? सो फंडामेंटली क्या है कि एवरीबडी वांट्स टू डू दिस मार्केटिंग थिंग, राइट? मुझे बहुत बोरिंग लगती है. I'll tell you very honestly, बहुत boring लगती है. So I simplified, because strategy, while I do strategy, I do marketing, I've been a CEO, I've been an MD of companies, but I like simple solutions. So what I did in my own way is that I said, यार देखो, मुझे तो हिंदू धर्म पसंद आता है थोड़ा आजकल एक हिंदू रेनेसां हो रखा है, good or bad. Some people like it, some people are against it, but the fact of the matter is it's happening, right? It's a real renaissance that's happening. People are reflecting back to their core religion and all those things, and Bharat, India, ये सब relevant हो गया है, right? And it's important. So मेरे लिए strategy and marketing उतना relevant नहीं रहा. So I got a simple marketing philosophy which is easy to remember. Holy Trinity. होली ट्रिनिटी हिंदू धर्म में है. आपके बताएं कौन है भाई? ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश. उनके बेटर हाफ कौन है? सरस्वती. ब्रह्मा जी की कौन है? सरस्वती. उसके बाद क्या है? लक्ष्मी और पार्वती, राइट? सो लेट्स थिंक अबाउट ऑल ऑफ दीज गाइज एज मार्केटिंग एंड थिंक व्हाट इट टेल्स अस, राइट? एंड देन लेट्स ट्राई एंड थिंक हाउ the marketing evolution is happening. So the first of the Trinity is the creator, Brahma. And Brahma comes from, or is wedded to Saraswati, which is knowledge. So fundamentally, the first thing in marketing is about knowledge, right? Everything comes from knowledge. And we just had a whole 5 minute on knowledge, so relevant in here, but it comes from knowledge, right? Knowledge is the creation of where marketing starts. Any product idea, any insight, anything. So traditionally, if you go back years, जो मैंने Stone Age का example दिया, किसी ने ना एक वो काट के decide कर लिया कि ये तो चाकू बन गया, और ये पत्थर मार के ये तो आग लग गई. ये क्या है? ये कोई डेटा फेटा कुछ नहीं. Insight, intuition, ये कहाँ से आता है? So the core original knowledge is just intuition. It comes from inside. So it used to be, for a many decades, years and centuries and even millennia, intuitive marketing. Knowledge was about intuition. या तो experience से आएगा, या जरूरत से ज़्यादा कुछ sudden नया idea आ गया, Apple, Newton, तो ऐसा कुछ हो जाएगा, right? Something new will happen. It used to come from that. Over the years, it's evolved and become, knowledge has got reversed. Knowledge आता है data से, so it's become data. So if you go back, and I'm going fast, so long time the intuition रहा, knowledge का स्रोत, and बाद में और अब recently बन गया data. Data से आया big data से आया trading of data, and therefore if you have data, so if you had the intuition earlier, you were king. If somebody came up with a Coca-Cola idea, और ये कहाँ से Coca-Cola हो, तो cough syrup बना रहा था. In 1880s or something, he was making a bloody cough syrup. He was a pharmacist. Pemberton is his name. He was a pharmacist. वो तो बैठे कफ सिरप बना था, गलती से उसको कोका-कोला बन गया. तो उसका फिर 10-20 साल तो ऐसे ही बेचता रहता था दुकान से. So therefore, it was just intuition. So slowly, as things progressed, it became data, it became structured, and then in the last 10 years became big data, became the biggest thing. अब वो भी relevant हो गया. जिसके पास data था, जिस पे intuition था, वो जीतता था. फिर जिसके पास डेटा था वो जीतता था, जिसके पास बिग डेटा था वो जीतता था. अभी क्या है? अभी तो सबके पास डेटा है. With AI, everybody has data. So who will win? I think Amit said, and a lot of people said here, people will win who will have data with trust. Data in trust. So Google Maps is an example. वो डेटा है, आप कहाँ हो इस समय, आधे लोग का गूगल मैप्स बता रहा है आप कहाँ बैठे हो, लेकिन यहाँ बम नहीं फूट रहा, राइट? सो पीपल, कंपनीज, इंडिविजुअल्स who can handle, manage, administrate data, but with trust, will survive and grow. For you, the other thing that's happening here is, so remaining true to yourself. If you translate this to an individual, translate to a brand, brands that are true to itself, individuals that are true to themselves, will survive and differentiate. Why do I say this? हमारे टाइम पे क्या होता था, मैं 22 years पे सोचता हूँ यार हिटलर बहुत अच्छा आदमी है, 28 ईयर्स में सोचूंगा कि विंस्टन चर्चिल बहुत अच्छा आदमी है। 35 ईयर्स की उम्र में सोचूंगा कि नेहरू बहुत अच्छे हैं। 45 की सोचूंगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी बहुत अच्छे हैं। It didn't matter, nobody knew. It didn't matter. I kept changing my stand politically, economically, in business, evolved as an individual, didn't matter. There was no presence. जो मैंने बोला वो सच है। Maximum मेरे जाओगे 5 साल पहले का पता चल जाएगा आपको मैं क्या सोचता था बोलता था। But for the generation that is sitting here, है completely digitally transparent. मतलब basically आप एक you don't have clothes on, literally, to say it. So anything that you do is going to be there for the next, beyond you. So it's very important that you, or even a brand, it's very important that brands and people who want to matter in the world have to take a stand. And unfortunately, that stand has to stick. You can't change. And if you don't change, because with the kind of transparency you are intertwined with, you will get caught and receive a lot of flack as a brand or a person. So stay true to yourself, remain transparent, take a stand because that's important, but stick to it, that's the difficult part. So that is that much more tough. So on knowledge, how did we move? We moved from knowledge as insight to knowledge as data to data with trust. To the brand and the individual, what do we say? Was true to yourself, take a stand, stick to it, remain true to your core and values. That's absolutely essential. So second trinity, once you have the knowledge, the data with trust, and you have the insight, then comes the marketing spiel. Vishnu, Maya, illusion, क्या करना है, and कैसे इसको बड़ा करना है, what are the ways to focus, target. तो उसमें क्या आता था? You started with the data, came with the insight, and came with a simple idea. छोटा सा idea है जी हम ये पहले तो साड़ी क्या थी? साड़ी for the ladies, right? Sari was basically, nobody knew how to wear. Even the men used to wear sarees. I don't know how many people know that, right? It was a long linen cloth. धोती कैसे बनी? धोती बनी linen cloth से तो बनी ना. तो आप एक लड़कियां ऊपर से नीचे से पहन लेती थी, लड़के नीचे पहन लेते थे. That's the way it was. And ऊपर एक क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ, अंगवस्त्र पहन लेते थे. So it was just that, right? The idea was wearing clothes, and then clothes became suits and whatever not, right? So it was a simple idea. And सबको use करेगा, कोई दुनिया में कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता यार. Everybody will wear the damn cloth. So there was no segmentation, no targeting, no positioning. So as we moved, as Dr. Gupta said, for almost now 100 years, ये 100 years से पहले ऐसा था. Almost 100 years से start हो गया भाई ऐसा नहीं. Everybody can't use everything. It has to be something for some people. So let's start thinking about segmenting, targeting, positioning, and then creating the illusion for that particular target audience. So it's नहीं कि सबके लिए सब कुछ है, but it is about a few people. So for a long time, it was about that. But recently, over the 10 years, this segmenting, targeting, positioning moved to occasion-based marketing. So people started realizing, नहीं यार एक ही इंसान है, he can actually want smoothies in the morning and will be not minding a liquor drink in the evening, right? So actually within the same segment population, you can have different occasions that will cater to different products or even more affordable during the lunch time. भाई lunch करना है, office का time है, lunch तो affordably करेंगे, 200-300 रुपए देंगे, शाम को dinner करेंगे तो महंगा करेंगे, right? So a person can become affordable in the afternoon, but will be okay with premium in the evening. Is okay spending money when he's at a hotel, but doesn't want to spend money when he's not at one, right? He's okay if he's traveling as a tourist, but if he's at his house, खर्चे में थोड़ा stingy है. So occasions became relevant for the last 10-12 years. Companies like Coke and a lot of specifically the food and snack companies focused on that. Tea time snack, TV के सामने, cricket time, ये सब चीज़ होने लगा. So the marketing evolved again from simple ideas for everybody to positioning, segmentation and targeting, and then eventually to occasion based. अभी क्या हो गया? अभी तो occasion based irrelevant सा हो गया, क्योंकि occasion based में पहले occasion ही real time हो गया. So occasion में जो situation होती है, situation occasion एक ही बात है, वो situation क्या हो गई? अभी तो real time हो गई. It was earlier, static, कि ऐसा करेगा. अभी तो उसको पता है कि ऐसा करेगा. The most obvious example is Google, right? They know what you're doing. Now, once you have the occasion, then you look at intent. For occasion-based marketing, if you understand, after you have occasion, you have situation, then you have intent. Intent को आप trigger करते हो. Active intent trigger होता है ना? Active intent trigger हो गया, मतलब basically आपने बोला कि एक outlet पे गए और एक उसने बोल दिया waiter ने restaurant में, I come from Coke, so that's why I'm giving so many Coke examples. कि भाई ऐसा है कि do you want to have a Coke, right? It's called crew incentive. We give crew incentive that they will trigger a reaction. That's active trigger. Passive trigger होता है कि एक combo लगा हुआ है McDonald's पे. That's a passive trigger. So these are how you're triggering occasions. आपने एक passive trigger लगा दिया, have Coke with burger. Passive. Active trigger is next level. Actually एक बंदे ने बोला, sir, do you want to have a Coke? Right? Do you want to have beer? So these are active triggers. But अभी तो predictive हो गया. Predictive trigger, मतलब predictive intent हो गया. मतलब basically Netflix and Amazon, for example, predict. You open Amazon, they will predict कि क्या खरीदने वाले हो. Tell me one thing, how many of you use Swiggy or Zomato for food? Okay. How many of you actually open? So let me give you an example. I love going to an outlet called Moti Mahal, okay? Or even Have More, Pandara Road पे. जब जाता हूँ, I'm a non-vegetarian, unlike my father. So I say कि मुझे तो butter chicken, खाना है और best खाना है, तो मुझे Have More जाना है, right? So you plan and go. How many of you actually open Swiggy knowing exactly what you will order? How many open and then go through, glance and decide? मतलब पहले देखते हैं हाँ ये restaurant, and how many actually you started thinking of pizza, but by the time you order it's burger on Swiggy, right? So therefore, real time, predictive, active triggers is what Swiggy is doing or Amazon is doing, right? So it's a very different world. तो ये जो concept of occasion-based marketing ये सब पासे हो गया, ये positioning, segmentation, target रहेगा. Please understand, it's a metamorphosis. It is not कि it will go away. Everything will remain, but this will get added on, becomes the most important part, right? So point is, even action, last चीज होती है trigger, कि आपने actually bottle उठा ली, आपने actually गाड़ी चला ली, वो भी बदल गया. With Mr. Tesla there, Tesla company there, autonomous हो गया, बस गाड़ी नहीं चलाने की जरूरत है. So you reached a point when it's autonomous. So in an occasion-based marketing philosophy, SIT जिसको बोलते हैं, situation, intent and trigger. Situation has gone from static to real time. Intent has gone from active to predictive. And trigger has gone from manual to autonomous. तो क्या रह गया? तो therefore in this world, what do? सब कुछ तो data सब कुछ सब पता है. Everything you have from a illusion point of also, everybody now knows everything. सब कुछ तो automatic होते जा रहा है, digitized होते जा रहा है. So I think Amit said in the last chart, I'll say that. So the most important thing here to differentiate is that one, don't intellectualize, don't plan, have a significant bias for action. Don't waste time planning, and therefore key question for educators as to educationists as to whether education is there. But point is, the biggest point in this is don't waste time planning, don't waste time intellectualizing, act. Because there's so many micro, super micro opportunities that are coming up that if you, in the blink of an eye, you will lose this. So you have to, in a scenario where there's so many things happening, it's more important to do something rather than think about it. Don't think, just do. वो है ना कौन सी Nike नहीं वो movie है ना Tom Cruise movie, I think Maverick, Tom Cruise बोलता है ना, don't think, just do, right? So don't think. For you guys, don't think, do. That's the world. I told you ना, Stone Age में जो laborer है, वो आज की तारीख में ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है ना कि जो इंटेलेक्ट है. It's not going to be relevant, right? So therefore, in this world, so much of digital ecosystem, the important thing is don't think, just do, but also experiment. Because when you don't think and do, तो by definition pilot करोगे, experimentation करोगे, so execution तो होगा, तब तो कुछ तो करोगे, तो experiment होगा, फिर fail होगे. So experiment fail. More important than that even is that build physical relationships, right? Because physical, if you're a brand or an individual, if you don't have, digital is passé, it's counterintuitive, but it's passé. Everybody is digitized. आप कुछ भी डिजिटल करोगे, सब कर रहे हैं, तो आप डिफरेंट क्या कर सकते हो? जब तक आप पे फिजिकल सोशल कनेक्शंस ग्राउंडेड नहीं होगे, आप फील्ड में नहीं रहोगे, बिकॉज फिजिकली खाना तो अभी इट्स स्टिल 20-30 years ago कि वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से आ जाएगा. You know, probably there will be a point when you'll have a pill and your stomach will get full, but that's probably 20-25 years away. एक जनरेशन दूर है, और बाकी सारी चीजें आपकी जनरेशन में हो रही हैं. So therefore, खाना खाने के लिए सामान आएगा. So physicality will remain for some more time, for sure, your generation, right? So physicality, if it remains, so counterintuitively, step outside your digital ecosystem. Don't leave it, because otherwise you become irrelevant any which way. But to differentiate, you have to embrace physicality, which is very counterintuitive to today's world. उल्टा बोल रहे हैं, digitize करो, मैं कह रहा हूँ physical हो जाओ, digital रहो, right? So that is the second trinity. The illusion, how will you create the illusion, how will you market the illusion, it will all be digitized, but if you have a physical reality, you will differentiate yourself. It is going to be difficult. The third one is where do you put resources, which is energy, Shakti, why do you put resources? I think we talked about it, red ocean, blue ocean. You put resources because you need to destroy, like Shiva, competition. It's not a good thing to say. A lot of companies say dormant competitive law against है, सब ज्ञान है, सब मतलब हवा है, लेकिन fact on the market is in the street you're fighting your competition and you're trying to destroy it, right? That's your job. And the way you do it is through energy, which is Parvati, which is Sati, right? So you basically put all the energy behind it. So knowledge, after that is Maya, and then finally is the resourcing. So the resourcing traditionally would be very simple, will always remain. Coca-Cola launch हुआ, Lux साबुन launch हुआ, आपने उठा के दुकान पे लगा दिया. एक उससे ही पहले आते हैं, एक ठेले वाला है जो केले बेचता है या फ्रूट बेचता है, उसने ठेले पे अच्छी तरह से फ्रूट सजा दिए, right? That is point of sale activation. वो अगर दिखेगा नहीं तो बिकेगा नहीं, तो उसको सालों से नहीं सेंचुरी से पता है. So that is the fundamental basis of marketing. ये brand campaign बाद में आया. So first always is availability, distribution. Sales is king. Rather sales से भी पहले आता है placement is king. Offtake तो बाद में आएगा. लगाने का है, दिखाने का है. So that is where the marketing resourcing started. सारी energy दुनिया की सालों पहले, decades पहले, centuries पहले सिर्फ ये होता था दिखा दो. Even in the Vedic period, they would have shops and they would display it outside, right? It's known. Urns and churns and everything would be displayed at the point in Mesopotamia and all those places, right? That's how marketing evolved. From point of sale activation, it evolved into what you call brand campaigns are big, but you evolved slowly into advertising and everything, and then moved into brand campaigns, IPL campaign, cricket campaign, Diwali campaign, or anything around. And slowly it evolved into brand stories की campaign करो, फिर brand persona, brand theme पे रखो, brand को core रखो. So it evolved, marketing evolved from basic point of sale activation to above the line, below the line, now in between lines, everything. कुछ भी बोलते हैं आजकल इंग्लिश में तो सारी चीज़ों को evolve कर गया. But last 7-8 years से, starting with 2008, with the launch of iPhone, I think, initially only in the digital world, but now in every part of the world, is the idea of brand stories and campaigns and point of sale activation to evolve to platforms and ecosystems, right? So the world of tomorrow or today now is people who embrace platforms and ecosystems. Platforms, ecosystem, Apple is the ultimate example of a platform, right? You are into Apple, I'm an Apple owner, so आपको और कुछ खरीदना ही नहीं है, आपको सब कुछ वही रखना है, iPad भी रखना है, MacBook भी रखना है, iPhone भी रखना है. Everything you want to keep because it so easily connects. AirPod भी वही होने चाहिए. So you basically got into an ecosystem. Everybody else around is also trying that, right? So Swiggy, we took an example. It started off as a food delivery app. Now it's gone into 10 things. Nykaa started off as a digital brand for ladies, went into men, then went to physical stores. Now recently used AI-enabled वो skin scan करके app निकाल दिया उन्होंने, which is basically around give them 15 questions and they will give you a customized skin solution. So all marketing sham in my view, but at the end of the day, you are expanding your touch points and interactions with consumers across an ecosystem and creating an ecosystem. That's the world of tomorrow. So how does it apply to a brand, an individual? So to the brand and individual, it applies simply कि भाई देखो ऐसा है, it's slightly different from what Amit said. To me, I'll build on the idea of, classically it's always been king of one and jack of none. I'll correct it to say king of one, but jack of some, right? So it will not be jack of none, which means you have to invest time in learning and participating in the full stack. This is true for everybody listening to this conversation. So it's not about management MBA. It is not about engineering. It's not about commerce. It's not about anything education. It's about the whole stack. It's about digital. It's about AI. It's about every aspect. Similarly, when you think about from a business standpoint, it's not just content marketing, not content creation. You have to do content creation. You have to look at digital commerce. You have to look at physical distribution. You have to look at data. So you have to learn and participate in the full stack. And that's how, as an individual, as a brand, you will create a impact and differentiate yourself. Because if you still think कि एक brand story या एक मेरी story ये theme, you have to be present as an individual in every aspect and have to know about everything. One of them can be really special to you. You can be a king of that one thing. You can be a great content creator, but you need to know what physical distribution is. You can be a great sales guy on the physical side, but you need to know what content creation is. You need to have the full stack. You need to be participating in that as a brand, as a product, or as an individual tomorrow. So to conclude, right, and summarize, so as I said, marketing is boring. मतलब genuinely बता रहा हूँ, बहुत boring है, बहुत ज्ञान है, और बहुत सारी चीजें use नहीं होती हैं, right? So, but the way I will put it so that there's ways to remember and keep your cue on. Simple है, first philosophy you remember is, boss, it is a pivotal watershed moment in history, never before, which reverses the whole idea of intellect and education in its reverse. नहीं है, physicality ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, अकल मिल रही है, मतलब it's open and available, right? And that's what the reality you want. In that reality, knowledge is no longer a premium. Data, big data, no longer a premium. The premium comes on trust. How do you build trust about yourself? How do you remain true to yourself? How do you build from there? On the illusion of marketing, yes, there's a simple idea, there is a segmenting, targeting, positioning idea, there is an occasion-based marketing, but it's all going to get digitized. So think physical. Digitize तो होना ही पड़ेगा, but physical के बिना आप differentiate नहीं कर पाओगे. On resourcing and energy, fighting the red ocean, yes, it's going to be about brand campaigns, brand stories, yes, it's going to be about point of sale activation, but where the differentiation will play will be platforms and ecosystems, and learning and participating in the full stack, not just one area. Be a king of one, but a jack of some. Finally, just remember one thing. आप जब जाओगे अभी सेकेंड ईयर के पहले फर्स्ट ईयर में करोगे इंटर्नशिप, फिर सेकेंड ईयर में करने के बाद most places will take you as a management training, right? So one thought I leave you with. So you start off as an intern or a trainee, right? But remember one thing, which we were all proud about doing that when we became management trainees. I joined Coke, बहुत खुश था मैं, बहुत कुछ जिंदगी में अचीव कर लिया. but you are in this world competing against AI going to an artificial general intelligence situation. AI, in my words, is perhaps, nahi bolunga, actually is, the world's most powerful intern today. It is fast, it is tireless, it does not sleep. It is very, very true that it's sometimes absolutely and confidently wrong. It's giving wrong thoughts, but it's learning very fast, faster than all of you combined can do. In fact, it's learning from 7 billion people as they get digitized. Maybe 5 or 4 today will probably get to 7 billion. So it's learning fast. So you can't, I'm repeating, can't beat it. So internship and trainee, you can't beat it. You will be beaten in the digital world. So the way you play this and win this is be in the physical world. That's it from my side. If that's one thing you remember, that's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such insightful and thought-provoking perspectives, how marketing has changed itself from STP to occasion-based marketing to now situation and trigger. Your experiences and ideas have added immense value to our understanding of the evolving marketing. We are privileged to have with us today the chief guest of National Marketing Summit 2026, Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang, a highly respected marketing and corporate communications leader with over 33 years of experience across brand strategy, stakeholder engagement, and reputation management. Mr. Narang currently serves as the Senior Vice President, P&G Marketing and Corporate Communications at Indraprasth Gas Limited, one of India's leading energy companies. Since joining IGL in 2005, he has played a pivotal role in shaping innovative go-to-market strategies, expanding P&G and CNG adoption across the National Capital Region, and strengthening IGL's position as a sustainability-driven organization. A strategic and result-oriented leader, Mr. Narang has led high-impact initiatives spanning brand transformation, digital marketing, corporate communications, CSR, crisis communication, and public trust building. His leadership has been instrumental in navigating complex regulatory environments while enhancing customer engagement and corporate reputation. Academically, he holds an MBA in marketing and MA in mass communication, and is one among the first to receive advanced training in trade fair management from Germany, bringing together strategic depth and communications excellence. His contributions have been widely recognized. He was awarded Brand Builder of the Year from Associate Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India in 2025 and received the Top Rankers Excellence Award for Chief Marketing Officer Leadership in 2024. He has also served as a jury member for several prestigious marketing and communications forums. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Shastri, Amit Jawar, Professor Gupta, Professor Samant, Professor Tyagi, all the faculty members, dear students of LBSIM. It's an absolute honor to be here at an institution which has been set up in the honor of Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, one of the revered leaders who's actually left an indelible mark in the psyche of the country. And I think why I say that is because the messaging which he had given to the world during tough times in a short span of time is about leadership. The leadership, India at that time had just achieved independence, I think around 20 years back. But the strong leadership which he is, that's always been an inspiration. And for all the market leaders, I think one of the key components is that how to carry yourself as a leader, world leader, with humility. And that's one of the hallmarks which I think every corporate leader also needs to understand. So coming to the point of brand metamorphosis, we've had a great 2 sessions from Mr. Shastri, Amit Jawar, telling about FMCG brands, and I'm not going to bore everyone with the normal gyan. You're used to all those classroom lectures. There is a lot of marketing jargon, metamorphosis or transformation, sustainability, digital disruption. Yes, everything is happening. Let me put it in a simple words. I've been, of course, a storyteller mainly, how to use communication to market your. So I'll tell you a couple of stories, maybe coming from my childhood. We've talked about brand trust, brand values. So when I joined the profession, I think in early to mid 90s, so one of the first books which I had read was about positioning, Al Rees and Jack Trout. Most of you would have read. So those of you who are from my generation would have read that book. Yes, you can do positioning, you can do storytelling, but how do you retain that position? That comes from the value. Today, the consumer is not asking what you're selling. They're asking you your purpose. And how do you derive that purpose? The values which you're holding, the impact you're having apart from doing the profits. I've been lucky to be a part of the organization which was set up to clean the air of Delhi. It was an intervention by highest court of the land. Probably most of you students wouldn't have been even born by then when the organization was set up. And it was primarily to promote the usage of clean fuel, CNG, in the city of Delhi. The entire public transport was mandated. And then Professor Gupta was telling me that he's worked with HPCL, OMC, oil marketing companies. He was aware of, he must have been aware of what challenges when it came to adoption of CNG and how the resistance from the so-called diesel lobby came and the entire positioning of CNG as a fuel happened. So the story was, we used to have, you remember we used to have green and yellow CNG stations and all the entire public transport was green and yellow, all our autos and taxi. So the branding came to be that this is a fuel for auto drivers, taxi drivers, and bus drivers. Yes, the market is totally saturated. The number of vehicles, public transport vehicles is restricted in Delhi, but where do you go next? And the biggest opportunity for us was in the the private car segment. But how do you get a people? Would you like your son to drive a vehicle and about where there have been a lot of concerns about the safety? There have been a lot of concerns that, so earlier what used to happen was, person grows up, the first car he buys, then when the second car he buys, the first car he gives it to his son, he gets a CNG kit fitted from a local dealer, and then drives to save on the cost. At that time, the differential was in favor of CNG was around 70% as compared to petrol. So that positioning all happened to for the CNG-driven vehicles, and it was very important. It was a major safety concern, and there used to be a lot of stories about CNG cylinder busting and all, but it was totally untrue. But at that point, I said that safety concerns need to be addressed, and at the same time, we need to alter the positioning of the fuel. So I'll tell you a story what actually happened exactly 10 years back. Those of you from Delhi and others who also know that in December 2015, there was an announcement from the then government to introduce odd even in Delhi. So this was 4th of December. I strictly remember all the dates and what happened and entire story, how we developed, entire story developed. So 15, 4 December, this Friday, it was a Friday afternoon, the whole thing come. I was heading communication and I discussed with my head of marketing that this can be a good, while on the face of it, the oil marketing companies, the gas energy companies would be losing business because half of the vehicles will be going off the road. But this can be a real good marketing opportunity if we really grab it. So we just thought, because at that point of time, the differential, we were growing at just around 2-3%. The differential with other fuels was not much, and people were, and that was not enough to trigger a change to CNG from the normal vehicle. And people were not very favorable of getting CNG because availability issues and other issues were there. So the next day was Hindustan Times Leadership Summit at Taj Palace, and there the then CM was there. And then he announced that I'm setting up a committee which is going to be looking at exemptions to this Audubon rule. So immediately I called up the OSD to the then Transport Secretary under whom the committee was being set up. And he was sitting on a dentist chair. He just picked up my phone. He says, I'll just call you. And he called me. I said, boss, we need to get an exemption from this. Otherwise, the entire purpose of having CNG in the capital is going to be lost. We are going to be, the entire positioning as a clean fuel is going to be taking a hit. Apart from the business, it is going to be a reputation loss for the organization. Again, I was in touch. I got a call back, and Monday morning, I was trying to get in touch with him to get me an appointment with the Secretary Transport, the Transport Commissioner of Delhi. We didn't get any luck. In the afternoon, I and the head of marketing, we just landed up at his office and just barged into the office of OSD. He set up a meeting with Special Commissioner who had just taken over, and he was just in a mood to try to do something innovative. So we sold them an idea. I said, why don't you exempt this fuel? He said, how we are going to be identifying the CNG run vehicles? So in our drive from our office from RK Puram to Transport Secretary's office in North Delhi, Upper Hill Road, so we had just thought that let's give an idea to put a sticker on the windshield that to identify the vehicles. So at that point of till 2015-16, there was no identification of any CNG vehicle. So, and I called up my ad agency, they gave me the design immediately on the way, everything, the printer was, everything was lined up, we sold them an idea. I said, yes, we can put up, he said, yes, I will sell this idea to the government and we'll put up those stickers. So that idea got implemented. We had 5 lakh vehicles at that point of time which were supposedly running on gas, but many of them were not registered, and it was a safety risk for the city also for the vehicle. The entire scheme was, it was to be implemented on 1st of January 2016. On 27th of December, the Transport Minister did a press conference in the Delhi Secretariat that tomorrow onwards, these stickers are going to be issued from IGL stations. They were just 3 days. So the media was, of course, we are in the national capital. The entire media catches up those kind of stories. So the entire media was at all the Then that's where I think the digital disruption, where we call it. Within 3 days, we were able to issue 3.5 lakh stickers, but we were able to verify the documents of each and every vehicle. So the unauthorized vehicles actually moved out of NCR. So we gave stickers only to those who were having valid certificates. We got their data into our database for further use. And look at the change. So next day morning, we had people proudly carrying their CNG stickers on their windshields rather than just hiding their CNG cylinders in their boots. So what a transformation that happened in the mindset. So subsequently, now you see that rhombic shake CNG sticker on the windshield. So that was the first starting. That you'll be remembering that green and red bright colored stickers which had come in around few years back. That was the first thing. And that identification started. And after that, so the result, what was there? For 16 consecutive quarters, for 4 years, we registered a double-digit growth. Till COVID time in March 2020 put brakes on our growth. But at the meantime, the brand CNG had taken a very strong position, not just in Delhi, but in the entire country. The regulatory board came up with bedding grounds, and the natural gas, clean energy things are being rolled out in the entire country. So it is not just about profits. It was reinforcing our purpose. It was reinforcing the trust which people have imposed in us. It was using the digital route to capturing the data of each of the customer and reaching out to them. And all our, well, CSR initiatives were also coupled with, which supplemented the efforts targeting at the auto drivers and taxi drivers. So the entire ecosystem, the entire, I would call the stakeholder journey, they became active parts of our stakeholder journey. But it was, again, the transparency and the trust which our customers had reposed in us. And we had to rise up to the occasion to make ourselves relevant. So as Mr. Shastri was saying, that marketing is very boring. Yes, marketing is very boring if you stick to those typical rule books. But if you listen to your mind, you use common sense, you look at the opportunities, there is much in store for you. Coming to artificial intelligence, we talked about, yes, there is nothing going to be with artificial intelligence. I also use all these Grok, DeepSeek and everything, ChatGPT or Perplexity and Gemini and Copilot, everything is there. The credibility of the data is always a question. So if you go to DeepSeek, it will give you little outdated data as compared to, let's say, Copilot or Gemini. Gemini is improving now. And my office is also using, my team members are also using Canva for your digital things and all that. But are we going to be a hostage to technology? You gave us an example of Google Maps. I remember when I came to Delhi, maybe around 25, 26 years back, and then I used to have that, if I have to go from Noida to Dhaula Kuan, this is the route I'm going to be taking through Timurti Marg, through Akbar Road and all that. Everything was ingrained in my mind. I was doing marketing and moving around in the city. But today, I don't think anybody on my of the next generation would be having that. Because we are a hostage to Google Maps totally. We've lost the sense of direction. I'm in field of communication, and our copywriters and other who are jobs are at stake. There is definitely a need to master the technology, but we don't need to be hostage to technology. Ultimately, we need to use human intelligence while using artificial intelligence, because human intelligence is much, much more stronger, which is more aligned with the human needs, and it is going to be with usage of data is going to be with empathy. And that's going to be totally data-driven insights absolutely are going to lead to be nothing, because that empathy is going to be missing. So when we, of course, we are in the business of clean energy. We have who's who of the country are among my customers. I remember when I had joined 2005, the customer base of our PNG was just 30,000. Today it is 30 lakhs. The numbers have grown, the PM's office, all the ministers, everybody is a customer. We have an entire ecosystem in place. The usage of data, it is not just about, energy can be very boring. What is there? So whenever we go in for any campaign, any brand campaign, and then we have a little government stake also. So any brand campaign or branding work and all that. So CAG gives us a question, why do you need to do branding? Why do you need to spend on advertising? You are a monopoly. There is no alternative. But how will you develop brand trust if you don't tell your story, if we don't tell our stories? So even the story, the convenience, it is not about just supplying energy and forgetting about it. One of the major campaigns which can be a major case study for you also is the Give It Up campaign, which happened recently when people gave up their LPG subsidies. And then the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, which got clean energy to. I remember our parents stood in long queues to get an LPG connection. It was something inheritance which was passed on. This young generation wouldn't be knowing that. And when I was in my teens, I remember we used to go to an agency to get a cylinder booked, and many times the godowns used to run out of LPG cylinder. So I remember once it happened was that I was just coming to my house, I saw that LPG cylinder stock had come to the godown, and immediately rushed back, took my cycle and got my cylinder there. Today, that is unthinkable. And that family legacy, the way it was communicated that yes, for the nation's sake, you give up your subsidies. It was very tough to do that. But over 1 crore people gave up their subsidies. And that subsidy was diverted to the providing LPG to far-flung areas where people were using polluting fuels. So that is again the metamorphosis which is really where digital where every data has been captured, where sustainability and more so the spirit of nationalism. For the sake of the country, you're giving up your subsidy. The entire narrative was developed, and of course, based on the strong leadership that yes, this campaign has to go on. So at that point of time, the LPG reach was 14 crores in the entire country. Today, it is around 32, 33 crores. And people who are the advantage, and it is entirely an ecosystem which is happening. The entire the stress towards clean in energy business, what we talk is that we talk about 3 A's. Like distribution, they said, it should be easily available. Yes, gas is available. Then accessible, and then affordable. And this is going to be true when EVs are also coming. EV challenge is going to be coming. Are EVs going to be affordable? Yes, you can have EVs coming in. You can say that tailpipe emissions are there. Look at that. But if you look at the background of the entire ecosystem, what fuel is being used to generate electricity in the country? 70% of India is using coal. Ultimately, it is fossil fuel, one way or the other. So until and unless we go to renewables, if you think of that way, the solar energy and the renewable energy, then yes, the share of renewables is increasing. So next, the future which I foresee is the compressed biogas, which is going to be coming. The municipal waste from the cities, the agri-waste, parali, everything is going to be converted into energy, and we are going to be having self-sustaining cities tomorrow. So we have a very bright future as far as our country is concerned. But yes, we need to look at the opportunities. The metamorphosis will continue. The usage of artificial intelligence will be there. There will be companies who will be showing the purpose, and that purpose-driven transformation, I think if for the new breed of marketeers, I think they need to be very strong as far as data is concerned. They need to be using technology. They need to be socially conscious, totally ethically grounded. Ethics are going to be very important and always curious to learn. So for the students, I think the only the message which I'll have is learning never stops. Always keep on learning. So I've been in the business, I've been in the industry for 30 years. And of course, I've been in communication industry. When I came, we used to draft a press release, take a printout, rush to Hindustan Times office in Connaught Place, rush to ITO at Times of India office, and issue a press release. Then came the fax. We used to shoot out that fax. Then came the emails we used to send across. Today, nobody sends emails also. Today, and press releases also. We just put a status on the Twitter, on our handles. Then it is captured by everyone. So I don't know what is going to, there are going to be a lot of changes today, visuals and all, everything. It is a real-time resolution which is happening. So, but the questions which you are answered, they should be very responsible questions. You need to question these, I think, with your faculty member teachers also around. You need to be very cautious of what kind of questions so that the curiosity remains. And when you are communicating, there's need for very honest communication. You don't need to hide the facts. The organizations which are totally transparent, totally authentic, because fake news is a big factory. There is going to be a lot of research. The future of communication lies, how do you identify fake news? And there are a lot of examples from social space, political space, about how AI-generated content is creating a lot of controversies. Never underestimate credibility. So credibility is going to be, so authenticity is going to be your biggest currency. So be true to the nature. And I'll end with a very small story. It came from a book which I had read very much earlier, many years back, I think 40 years back. It was autobiography of Lee Iacocca. and it was about a female from, a young girl from US, which used to be called CATS, Common American Teenager. She went to Britain to study where it is more of traditional culture, and she tried to just adjust to the environment of England in a very that society-driven thing. So there was a lot of resistance. He used to be referred to as an American, as if something, a spoiled brat or something. And she tried, yes, to gel into that. And she was at a receiving end. But then she realized, if I come to my normal self, start showing that attitude of Americans, that probably I'll get more notice. So the moment she started doing that, to coming to her natural ways, people were in awe of her. So that's the message. Be natural what you are. Don't try to be what you are not. Be authentic, be transparent. Thank you very much. All the best for your journey.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise with us. Your session has greatly enriched the discussions of the summit and will surely leaving a lasting impact on all of us.
Proceeding further, we are delighted to release the annual magazine of Genesis, the marketing club of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. The magazine captures fresh ideas, creative perspectives, and emerging trends in the dynamic world of marketing. It reflects the spirit of marketing metamorphosis, showcasing student insights, brand stories, and innovative thinking that bridge classroom learning with real-world marketing practices.
For this, I invite Dr. Ekta Singhal, convener, Genesis, and senior student team to kindly come to the stage. I also request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the release of the magazine.
May I now request Dr. Samant Chand Priya, Area Chair Marketing, to present a memento to Mr. Amit Jawar as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
May I now request Dr. Sushil Kumar Dikshit, Dean Planning and Development, to present a token to Mr. Lagan Shastri as a token of our gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM, to present a memento to Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shailendra K. Tyagi, Faculty LBSIM, to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think now I'm the one who is standing between you and a hot cup of coffee in this cold weather. Okay. Mr. Amandeep Singh, Senior Vice President, PNG Marketing and Corporate Communication. Mr. Gagan Sastry, Chief Strategy Officer, Reliance Consumer Brands. Mr. Amit Jawar, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Patanjali Foods. Our Director, Dr. Praveen Gupta, Conference Convener and the Marketing Area Chair, Dr. Samant Shantpriya. My faculty colleagues, Chief Administrative Officer, Administrative Staff, and dear students. It's my proud privilege to propose and deliver a vote of thanks for this inaugural session of National Marketing Summit 2026 titled Marketing Metamorphosis. First of all, I would like to express our sincere words of gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Amandeep Singh, for taking time out of his busy schedule and for gracing this occasion. Sir, we are really highly indebted to you. I'm sure the words "learning never stops" will always resonate with our students and they will never forget your message. So thank you very much, sir. I would also like to express our profound gratitude to Mr. Gagan Sastry ji for being with us today and sharing his knowledge and insights and experience with you, and I'm sure you would have benefited a lot from that interaction. So thank you, sir, for being with us today. And I would also like to express our sincere thanks to Mr. Amit Jawar ji, who has taken out time from his busy schedule and traveled all the way from Indirapuram to this place, right, to interact with you. And his message and he shared his learnings and he shared his experience and his message that always be rooted, actually. So I think it will always resonate and reverberate with you, and you will always be grounded and rooted to the core. And we are also thankful to you, Amit ji, that you have reinforced the message that as a management student, you should always read a business newspaper. Because other day, just 2 days back, I was taking a class in G4, and I asked the class that how many of you read newspapers, so only one student was there who raised his hand. So that's not a good sign. I think I'm using this platform to communicate to you that please start reading newspaper. It's a good thing that you will do to yourself if you read this newspaper, right? I would also like to express our deep sense of gratitude and sincere thanks to our chairman, Mr. Anil Sastry ji, for his continuous encouragement, support, and guidance. He always motivates us, and he always motivates us and encourages us to set the higher benchmarks every year in every event that we do. I would also like to convey our special thanks to our director, Dr. Praveen Gupta ji, for his exceptional leadership, encouragement, and support and motivation. Thank you, sir. I would also take this opportunity to thank our area chair and conference convener, Dr. Saman Shantpriya for his dynamic leadership and for the hard work for guiding us and putting in hard work to make this event a success. My gratitude is also due to all my faculty colleagues from marketing area as well as the other areas who have worked tirelessly to make this event a success. And the event of this scale cannot be planned and executed in one day. The wheels started rolling months back, and there are many faculty, administrative staff, and student team who have worked in the background continuously to make this event of this scale a success. So I would also like to communicate and convey my sincere thanks to our Chief Administrative Officer, Colonel Ajay Soodji, and his entire administrative staff for putting in very hard work and working in the background tirelessly to make this event a success. And I would also like to express kind words of appreciation to all of our student volunteers, clubs, specifically the Genesis, Management Grid, PRC, and all the other student volunteers who have worked very, very hard, who have worked tirelessly in the background, and so that the event of this scale can be organized and can be operationalized actually. So thank you so much. And I would fail in my duty if I don't thank you, the audience, for being such a wonderful audience. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished guests and to the audience for enthusiastic participation and engagement. Your presence has greatly contributed to the success of today's event. Now, I request all the marketing area faculty members to join us on the stage. I also request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for a group photograph.
I request all the dignitaries to please proceed for high tea. We humbly request others to remain seated as the dignitaries leave the hall.
Dear learners, please carry on. Though Professor Tyagi has proposed word of thanks to the lovely audience for the day, I am also in line. In the first shot, I have forgotten to mention you as being so very humble, genuine, and in this gloomy morning, waking all the way, even at the last, sees those people who are sitting there. I thank you from my core of heart. Thank you very much. But, so I'm a storyteller as well, right? I have built the narrative. You may be buying the idea. My request from this rostrum today is, in the honor of the time, as we have overshot the inaugural session, we are curtailing the break. And if in extreme conditions, if you are needing any bio breaks only, may be allowed. Otherwise, in next 7 minutes by now, to be precise enough, we are starting our next session, right? So The gates, left-hand side, only one gate will be functional only for bio brakes. And mind it, it is 1 o'clock, 1:18. I want everyone of this strength to be back here into the auditorium. That's the humble request. And we have got galaxy of people assembled here from companies like, ये हटवाइए भैया, ये center वाला अमनदीप का मेरे पास रखना, ये file. We have invited, sorry guys, you can understand my position being the host for this particular event, how tight my position is. We have got people from Mindshare, the Chief Marketing Officer from Timex, the Senior Principal from Gartner. Guys, I'm sure you are not in mood to listen further. Let's break for it. 7 minutes precise, bio breaks only are allowed. Thank you very much. तुम लोगों को ये अमनदीप सिंह की गाड़ी में रखवाना है, भूलना नहीं, मैं इस पर नाम लिख के दे रहा हूँ। हाँ, इसमें रखवा दे एक। इसमें एक मैगजीन डलवा दे बस, और कुछ नहीं, प्लीज दे। ये उनके गाड़ी में जरूर जाना।
Some of the students can go from this side.
म्यूट। अब सारे ऑन कर दो पोडियम, वो सारे उसके बैक वाले। हेलो। पानी बोतल आएंगे बच्चे लेके। नहीं नहीं लगाओ ना, तुम लगाओ। हेलो हेलो।
पैनलिस्ट को हम लोग इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं तो वो सब वैसे ही चलेगा, ठीक है ना?
हेलो हेलो। 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 हेलो हेलो। हेलो।
इसमें ना बस एक चीज़ कर दे, पता है तेरे को उल्टा बोल दियो।
हाँ हाँ वो तो वो चेंज कर रखा है।
ऑल द बेस्ट गाइस। यहाँ पानी रखिए। ओके। हमको थोड़े थोड़े छोटे करने हैं तो देख लेना, काट देना। तुम लोग का कितना लंबा चलेगा ये? 45 मिनट्स की डिस्कशन है और उससे पहले 15 मिनट हमको
वो छोटा
यही इसके बाद ही वो लंच ब्रेक है ना खत्म? हाँ इसके बाद लंच ब्रेक है, लंच ब्रेक में वापस आना पड़ेगा। फायर साइड चैट भी है, उसमें भी आना है। उठा लेंगे प्लेट भी।
हेलो।
इनके लिए बच्चे सामने एक बार।
हेलो हेलो, इट्स फाइन। मुझे तो यहाँ लगाना है ना?
हाँ जी मैम, आएगी आवाज़?
आएगी पक्का?
हाँ।
हेलो हेलो।
आ रही है, आप लगा लीजिएगा। ये मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ यहाँ से। इसको अपना राइट में करना है।
मैं लगा लेती हूँ ना, फिक्स ही कर लेती हूँ।
हाँ जी। हेलो।
हाँ हेलो हेलो, थैंक यू। पीछे आवाज़ आ रही है?
आवाज़ आ रही है।
कैन यू हियर मी? मैं तो यही बोल रही हूँ।
एक बजे तो गए हैं। 12:55
नहीं आएंगे वापस वो इतनी जल्दी।
इतनी जल्दी नहीं है भाई, 7 मिनट का टाइम दिया था मैं करने का।
I have not had anything.
ओ मैडम Everyone is requested to please settle down fast. The guests have already arrived.
Hello, hello.
Please fill the front rows quickly. Discipline team, please make sure the front rows are filled up.
Quieter but massive revolution is brewing in the heartland, in Bharat. Today, we explore the transition of India's informal economy, a sector historically driven by unbranded trust and local relationships, into a formalized powerhouse. Through this discussion, we will get into the depths of the role of digital public infrastructure in establishing trust, implementations of the logistics of the last mile, and the shift from loose commodities to packaged goods.
Additionally, we will understand vernacular storytelling and how brands can maintain affordability while delivering the aspirational quality that Bharat now demands. From unorganized commodities to hyperlocal services, Bharat is no longer just a consumer of urban brands, but a creator of its own new age identity. With rising digital penetration and rural aspirations, the line between unbranded value and branded equity is blurring. This is the essence of the topic of today's panel discussion: branding in and for Bharat, formalizing India's informal and unbranded markets.
The panelists for the discussions include Mr. Kavarpreet Singh Oberoi, Senior Principal, Gartner; Mr. Nikhil Kala, Global Pricing Manager, Ingersoll Rand; Mr. Saurabh Kapoor, Regional Manager, Apple Incorporation; Mr. Pankaj Nagpal, Head Digital Business Operations, Mindshare India; Mr. Varun Malik, Strategic Marketing Leader, Timex Group India. We now request our eminent panelists and Dr. Yukti Ahuja, Associate Professor, LBSIM, to kindly join us on stage.
We are grateful to have Mr. Kavarpreet Singh Oberoi with us, a distinguished leader in market research and business intelligence with over 12 years of experience delivering data-backed strategies and transformative insights across global technology and FMCG sector. Mr. Oberoi has built a strong reputation for translating complex quantitative and qualitative data into clear, actionable strategies for senior leadership and C-suite stakeholders. Sir has worked with leading organizations including Gartner and Kantar IMRB, where he led large-scale multi-country research engagements across diverse geographies. His work has played a critical role in shaping go-to-market strategies, brand positioning, product launches, and customer intelligence frameworks for Fortune 500 organizations. At Gartner, Mr. Oberoi manages a research portfolio exceeding $1 million and leads high-performing teams pioneering AI-driven research automation initiatives. Sir holds an MBA in marketing from Ford School of Management and a BTech in electronics and communication, complemented by certifications in data science and Python programming, reflecting a rare blend of technical depth and strategic market acumen. I now request Mr. Manav Vij, VP, Management Grid, to welcome Mr. Kavarpreet Singh Oberoi with a planter. Thank you, sir.
We are delighted to have with us Mr. Nikhil Kala, a seasoned pricing and business professional with over 12 years of experience across global manufacturing organizations and a respected voice in the domain of strategic pricing and value creation. Mr. Kala currently serves as Global Pricing Manager at Ingersoll Rand, where he works closely with regional pricing leaders and global cross-functional teams to strengthen pricing governance and align pricing strategy with market realities. Beyond execution, Mr. Kala is deeply committed to knowledge sharing and professional development and regularly engages with students and professionals to translate industrial pricing expertise into practical learning. Academically, he is an alumnus of National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, and continues to bridge the gap between academic foundations and real-world business application. May I now request Mr. Mayank Solanki, Coordinator, Marketing Club Genesis, to kindly welcome Mr. Nikhil Kala with a planter.
Thank you, sir. With great respect, we introduce Mr. Saurabh Kapoor, a distinguished sales and business leader with over 22 years of experience driving business growth across diverse markets. Mr. Kapoor currently serves as Regional Manager East at Apple India, where he holds end-to-end responsibility for sales strategy, distribution, channel performance, and market penetration across the region. Known for his strong execution mindset, he is known for building high-performing teams in highly competitive environments. An alumnus of LBSIM, Sir holds a PGDM in Marketing and Finance, along with a BA Honours in Economics from Delhi University. Mr. Kapoor's leadership approach combines analytical rigor, sharp market understanding, and strong people management, enabling him to deliver sustainable growth across industries such as telecom, consumer electronics, and FMCG. May I now request Mr. Nitin Kansal, General Secretary, Management Grade, to present a planter to Mr. Saurabh Kapoor as a welcome token. Thank you, sir.
We are privileged to have with us Mr. Pankaj Nagpal, a seasoned marketing and media professional with over 18 years of experience in integrated marketing, media strategy, and planning. Mr. Nagpal brings deep expertise in building and managing high-impact in media investments, driving revenue growth, and fostering strong partnerships across clients. His career spans a wide range of categories, including digital-first businesses, automotive, FMCG, consumer durables, finance, and technology. Currently, Mr. Nagpal serves as Vice President, Investment and Trading at Mindshare North and East, and also heads pricing, where he plays a key role in shaping integrated media investment strategies, digital roadmaps, and scalable frameworks for clients in an increasingly complex media ecosystem. Over the course of his career, Mr. Nagpal has been recognized multiple times for his excellence. He has been part of Mindshare's flagship leadership program, won the MV's 2018 Buying Team of the Year award for PepsiCo Digital Buying, received Group M Excellence Awards. He has also led award-winning digital and integrated campaigns across leading industry forums. I would now like to invite Ms. Ishita Bajaj, Coordinator, Marketing Club Genesis, to honor Mr. Pankaj Nagpal with a planter.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you, sir.
Next in the panel, we are honored to introduce Mr. Varun Malik, a seasoned strategic marketing leader with over 18 years of experience across integrated marketing communications, brand strategy, digital marketing, visual merchandising, and e-commerce. Mr. Malik currently serves as the head of marketing at Timex Group India Limited, where he is focused on building desirable watch brands and creating strong consumer connect in a highly competitive lifestyle category. Mr. Malik is managing a portfolio of luxury and premium global watch brands including Timex, Guess, Versace, and Daniel Wellington. Prior to this, Mr. Malik led marketing at Shalimar Paints, where he played a key role in accelerating market penetration and executing integrated marketing. Known for his business-driven mindset and collaborative leadership style, Mr. Malik is deeply passionate about innovation, growth, and brand transformation. I now invite Ms. Anandita Srivastav, President Management Grid, to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Varun Malik by presenting a planter. Thank you so much.
We are pleased to introduce the moderator for today's panel discussion, Dr. Yukti Ahuja, Associate Professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. Dr. Ahuja has over 18 years of experience in higher education, research, consulting, and training. Ma'am has partnered with reputed organizations on consulting and branding projects, and she has also delivered numerous management development programs for leaders and professionals across multiple sectors. Her work blends academic and scholarship with strategic leadership, including curriculum design, accreditation, and institutional development. Recognized for thought leadership, Ma'am was invited as a TEDx speaker in 2025 and has published and presented at major national and international forums. We now hand over the proceedings of the session to Dr. Yukti Ahuja.
Thank you. India is often described as an under-branded market, but Bharat has always been intensely branded. Its brands are built through memory, through reputation, and a simple relationship. That simple daily promise that says, "Jo aaj mila hai, kya wo kal bhi milega." So the Kirana who gives you credit for a month's time, the chai wala who remembers your sugar in the tea, and your darzi or the tailor who remembers the fit way more than your smartwatch or the fitness watch. These are trust built on systems, not marketing assets. Now what's changing now is that this deeply informal relationship-led economy is being pulled into scale. And this is through compliance, through digitalization, policies, of course. And that creates the central paradox for businesses. How do you formalize without flattening? How do you standardize without sterilizing, to an extent that how do you build a brand without erasing the very social logic that it was built on? To unbox this paradox from the ground, the boardroom, and the future, we will start the conversation with the eminent panel here. And these are the practitioners who are not just branding Bharat, but are also actively negotiating its contradictions every single day. So greetings from all of us. It's our pleasure to have all of you here. Let me start with this question, which is, of course, for the entire panel, and I would like each one of you to answer this. Before we talk about brand Bharat, from your experience, what is that first real inflection point where branding begins? Okay, So anyone can start, but we will complete the round. Yeah. Varun.
Thank you. It's an interesting question that, we are talking about what would be the inflection point where branding starts its role. But what I feel like all of us have learned in our marketing classrooms that marketing starts even before when selling happens, even when a sale happens. Same goes for branding as well. Because branding starts doing its magic, doing its work even before the actual sale happens. So, for example, if you supposedly you break your phone and it's not repairable, you realize that at that very moment Samsung or Apple pops up in your mind. That is where that's what we call a TOMA, top of the mind awareness, or a recall, or a share of mind. So that is what when the brands starts creating their visibility across consumers on your daily lives, this keep hammering it inside your mind. And that's where real branding starts to happen, that even before you were going to the shop, Samsung or Apple, which one do I need to buy? Or for someone, Xiaomi or Oppo or whatever, you have that brand in your mind. So I would say the digital visibility or a brand visibility is something that really matters when it comes to seeing the first point of inflection, because that is where you go and research about the brand. And apart from this, it also varies from category to category. So if you go for a FMCG product, packaging is another big step, because that is what you pick up the first. You would never go to a website of a Rin or a Surf Excel to buy a product. You just buy it off the shelf because you like the packaging. You pick up whatever brand of packaged food, maybe for that matter. So it really matters. I mean, I come from a background where I worked for a brand like Reebok as well. So in sports goods, on those categories, packaging doesn't matter at all. You look at the product. For a phone, for that matter, you just look at the phone, experience the phone, and then you buy it. And the pack comes in the end when they give you the pack. So like in Reebok or Adidas, we have a brown boxes. No one cares about the box. We want to see the product. So it actually depends on every category, where branding would make an impact.
So I think Varun made a very valid point about the role of branding begins before the selling, at the concept level. So picking from his point on the media exposure and media awareness, which leads to a TOM and aids your puts your brand ahead of other brands or a competitive brand. I think in today's era, even the experience that a brand is creating while talking to the consumer through media is becoming very relevant, right? Brands are trying to be more active in their conversation with the consumer, even at the advertising stage, right? Because every passing day, media ecosystem or landscape is becoming very cluttered. To stand out in that ecosystem, you really need to keep yourself ahead of others in that experience that is being created via media that day, right? You can't be seen like any other brand. Certain elements are imitable, right? You can imitate them, you can kill the packaging advantage. But experiences that you create through the media with the consumer is something that consumer takes home, right? That's unique. This is where branding plays a very critical role to not just build a brand memorability and the memory structure with the brand, and also the value that you can offer to the customer, right? Before making a decision about which phone I need to explore and buy, I really see which brand is suiting my personality, right? This is where you need to become more relatable to the consumer, right? And again, a value proposition is given. India is a sensitive market. Every segment, every consumer, say a segment will have a value proposition in a mind. It may differ from category to category, segment to segment, but those are a few nuances that we need to really take care of while building that brand communication strategy for yourself.
So just taking the points forward from Varun and Pankaj, both made very valid points. So one, that it depends upon the industry to industry, very rightly put by Varun, and then as Pankaj mentioned, that the experience that the consumer gets from the particular product, that actually defines. So, and coming from a sales and a channel background, majorly having spent around 21 odd years into mobile handsets, so what I feel is that the inflection point in branding actually does not take place from the first sales that happen or the first purchase that happens. It is actually after that how the consumer starts experiencing the product. So whether it is going to the service center and experiencing the product or getting into the second sale, that is where the branding actually starts really taking an inflection point there. So because then the reliability, the assurance, the quality, the consumer has started feeling that thing personally. And once he's feeling it, then he's talking about it. That word of mouth is spreading and that brand equity is actually building now. So while we can communicate in a lot of things to the consumer, and as you also rightly mentioned that the space is actually very cluttered right now. So getting your point across to the consumer itself is a bit of a difficult task. So, but once the consumer experiences that thing particularly, and then he actually starts feeling it, then is where he actually starts building that brand equity is what I feel.
Check. Okay. So I think all these points are so valid that there's nothing that you can object on these. The one thing that I can add on to what has just been said is time. Branding needs time, and it's like the older the wine, the finer it is. So I think even brands need time to create their space, to create that acceptance in the minds of the consumers. I mean, a brand could give you various benefits. It could give you emotional benefit. It could give you hedonic benefit, any functional benefit. But I think time is what really scales that consistency and that experience in the mind. So for example, I've been using Samsung phones, I don't know how many, 20 years. So I mean, there is a reason why I'm using Samsung phones and not switching to any other phone, because that time has also played a very critical factor in building that consistency and my experience. And to Pankaj's point, I think that was so valid, which is, what's your personality type? I think personality together with the choices that you want to make is what maybe creates a brand recall, and that's a very strong factor.
Yeah, we were talking about recall and recognition. Unfortunately, loyalty has, I think it's now missing the game. So we will discuss that as well. Kavalpreet, what's your take?
Check. I think all of these were like very valid points. Just to add to the message that was going from the group to the room, I think consistency is another very important factor when it comes to any branding forms, right? Just like take a very example that I recently noticed. I was traveling in Air India and they had this change in the dress of the crew, and they got this sari with some western wear out there. Yeah. So as a researcher, I am very curious, and I actually spoke to some of my fellow passengers. What's your take on it? And I realized immediately that people were actually confused. They confused what the image or brand of Air India carried with the new dress. So I think that sort of works or impacts on the minds of the consumers at every interface. It's not even about your ad, your product. So it's such an important role. You have a crew. It's going to be client-facing role. It has to be well thought of with your long-term brand strategy. And any deviation you do it in your, it dilutes your core values and the message that you're trying to build in as an organization. So one has to be very, thought about and consistent, in terms of establishing a brand, because it plays. You have seen all the brands like Apple and others. They have built on brand because they have got those core values and they have always communicated the same for decades now. So we have to be very mindful of these things whenever we are building out the brand.
We've got to be very mindful because the 3 C's now that are in action are the clutter, the confusion, and the chaos that it is creating in the market. So the more unfortunate ones. So we'll pause this discussion for 5 minutes. Our chairman sir is here. We would like to welcome him. So sir, can we have a round of applause for sir?
We are delighted to have the esteemed presence of our beloved chairman, Shri Anil Shastri ji, with us today. He is the chairman of the Board of Governors at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Technology and Management, Indore, and Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. I now request Dr. Ekta Singhal, convener, National Marketing Summit 2026, to welcome Shri Anil Shastri ji with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so carrying the discussion forward, uh, at Gartner, your work with deep data-informed consumer insights across markets must be dependent on certain research frameworks, Kawalpreet. And with the urban organized consumer behavior, do you see any parallel with the Bharat's markets, or you think that the research frameworks are completely different for those markets and the urban markets?
I think overall the core of the research remains the same. We do follow the same principles, but the application is where slight difference takes place. I probably quote one example. When I initially began with the research, as a young grad, MBA grad, I came in. My first understanding was India is a very price sensitive market. More so would be the rural one.
Right.
And one of the first projects that we had was on IFCO. And with that understanding, we went into the project, and very soon we realized that even in rural segments, in the rural pockets, it is the trust which is more important a factor than the price. And this was a big lesson for us, to begin with. And then we started, talking to the marketing managers and others, and how do these organizations build those trust. So there was a framework that they have sort of applied to it, through cooperatives and other points of sale and distributions, that they would engage with the consumers at the end point and build those trusts out over there. And because of that, they were able to leverage that loyalty, even that price sort of elasticity they were able to derive based on those trust and the network they've got. So whenever we do any research in rural, we have to just see it through that lens, and that comes with experience. The more you do, the more you realize how different it is. One interesting thing about Bharat is that there are so many mini Bharats within Bharat.
True.
You can't even have one generalized framework and apply it unanimously across. You have to be experienced enough, or at least talk to the people who are experienced enough to be able to gauge that nuances and share it with you, so that you can inculcate those into your findings. Otherwise, it would look like a theoretical outcome, which probably won't work on ground.
So it is more groundwork that is
Yes,
required in
it is
Bharat
more.
as compared. All right.
And I personally actually went in during my initial days to those cooperatives in those mandis in Jhajjar, Rohtak, every place, interacting with the kisans and the cooperative people, and trying to understand and get an understanding about the market first, which was very important.
Which is very important. So you being in that space where you actually learn.
Exactly.
That's your testing phase.
Exactly. You have to get your hands dirty to
Hands
sustain.
dirty to sustain, absolutely. So thanks, Kamal. Varun, parallel to that, we're talking about a brand which has a heritage. How do you balance this with the need to make the product or the brand available to those people for whom practicality matters? Everyday purchases matter. So how does that brand heritage, does it help you? You have to tweak it for this audience.
Okay. So I think I've worked with most of the brands that had a strong legacy and heritage. Reebok, 1895, it's been running since 1895. Shalimar Paints since 1902. Or again, Timex again, late 80s. So I mean, all these brands have a very deep legacy and heritage attached to it. But what I've learned all throughout is that heritage has no value till the time your brand is not able to solve today's problem, consumer problem. So a brand that talks heritage, that creates communication, people don't care actually. If you can't solve consumers' problem, or if you can't give them a consistent experience, I mean, we don't know who you are. So that's what the consumer's take today is. So I mean, on heritage front, I mean, if you make your brand more connected with the consumers, what Kaval also said, that deep research and understanding your consumer is very, very important when it comes to all these things. So if I have to say Shalimar Paints, to be specific, as an example, we were rebranding it, we were relaunching it for Indian consumers because people who are at a 60 or 65 years now, they know Shalimar. They have used the product. But people who are at 40s or 30, 35s, they don't know Shalimar. They have not heard about it. So how do we get into the market? So then we focused on that. If we talk about that, oh, hey, we are the heritage brands, please buy us, no one is going to believe. So we played on a very important route that since we are having 120 years of experience, we are the experts in making paints. We know paint better than anyone else. And now we did a consumer research and we figured out that what is today's consumer wanting, right? So we created a complete new brand strategy communication plan that says upgrade kiya kya with Shalimar, which is like we are upgrading with today's consumers. Are you upgrading with us? And then we created products which are, again, we found our niche to be in a tier 2 or tier 3 market only, because in tier 1, people want to buy Asian, people want to buy Berger, Nerolac.
There's a saturation.
Yeah, so we clearly defined our markets, and then we went ahead and said that, okay, we are going to target the tier 2 and tier 3 markets, and there the consumer is different. The consumer wanted, to save on cost, very, very value sensitive. So we created a product which is a paint that is an interior and exterior both together, so no wastage. So even if 2 liters is there, you can use it in the interior or in the exterior of the house. And we named it Smart Bharat itself. So the idea originated from this Bharat thing coming in and all that. So we named it Smart Bharat, so which is
Bharat, smart consumers,
yeah, smart consumers
consumption.
and for the Smart Bharat homeowners. Yeah. So that is how you connect the heritage and make it relevant for today's consumer.
Very well said. Saurabh, then since Samsung is India favorite, we just got to know, is also a Bharat favorite. So how does Samsung work on this strategy?
So currently I would like to say that Apple should be the current favorite, but still going back to Samsung right now.
So you can add that as well.
No, so it's okay. So I've spent 12 years at Samsung, so I'm happy that it is also favorite, so nothing against Samsung. So see how Samsung works on it is a very important point which Kamarpreet mentioned was the trust.
Trust.
So the trust of the customer, how does that trust actually come about, right? And especially in the Bharat space. So the first interaction that the customer has is with the retailer. So right, so for him the brand becomes the retailer. What is the retailer talking about, right? And is he positive on the brand or not positive on the brand? You have any kind of an ad, national ad campaign, you have the best of the ad campaigns. But if the dealer says that I am not convinced with the brand, you take it on your own risk. How many consumers will actually go ahead and buy it, right? So hence it is the experience, the trust, which matters a lot. And what will the retailer actually talk about with the consumer? The retailer, again, for retailer, who is the brand? For the retailer, the brand is the sales executive who is actually coming and meeting the retailer for the first time. He's explaining the product, he's explaining the schemes, he's explaining the features. So everything the sales executive of the distribution chain is doing that for the dealer. So how is his interaction with that particular sales executive? That matters a lot. So, and that builds the trust in the dealer, right? And what the sales executive is saying is what the actually distribution chain is able to take it to the dealer. So I feel that these things actually impact a lot in terms of building that trust and building that interaction. So for me, trust comes with not with the ad campaign, but with all these interactions basically. So that is how the brand is built in the rural, with the interactions. So managing and controlling those interactions is what becomes important. And in Samsung, that is what we try and do, what we used to try and do rather.
Is Apple any different? So now that you're with, since Samsung's experience was way more than the Apple experience, that's the reason I asked you about
yes,
Samsung.
Absolutely. So that is because that is like 12 years of experience, and this is like a 2 months of experience. So obviously that I can take out very
so do
live
you see a shift?
So it is Apple in a way is a step ahead of that, but at the same time the presence in Bharat, Samsung has a much stronger presence in Bharat compared to what Apple currently has. Right, so it is building that thing, but it is building it with the very, very strong construct, very, very strong way in which it is building it forward, right? But currently, if I talk about in Bharat presence, Samsung is way ahead of what Apple presence is. So Apple is more of an aspirational product, and that is how it is dealing with it. Samsung is coming from the other side, whereas availability is more important rather than the aspiration bit. So
Right.
with that availability, and hence what are those interactions with the dealers that is happening, so that that interaction with the consumer is getting impacted, and hence that trust is being built up.
Got your point. Pankaj, you want to say
Yeah,
something?
so a very valid point that Saurabh made, right? Half your marketing effort can fail at the distribution point, right? You might do best of your efforts to get consumer to your sale point, and if you're not able to manage a stakeholder from your distribution side, despite making efforts, you'll fail.
Yeah.
And also, just picking one example he gave about Apple and Samsung, right? While Apple can get a consumer to a store, but the aspirational value that Apple has created for them, right, can convert a potential Samsung consumer into a Apple consumer easily without even making a very specific effort in that market. Correct me, sort of there. But that's where the power of branding comes in.
Comes in, yes.
Over the year, how you have positioned your product, how you have positioned your brand, and build an entire value chain around it.
That's great.
Very rightly said, Dipank. So just adding on to it, as he mentioned, so see, national campaigns are the same across the country, but the market share of each cluster, each state, each city is still different. Why is that different? So that is primarily the distribution or the retail interaction that goes to the customer, and hence how the conversion happens at the retail front.
Right, right. So Nikhil, I would like to, you to please tell us, so they're talking about retail, distribution. Don't you think pricing has a big role to play in this dynamics? Because whether it is a retailer, distributor, but the moment I see Apple price, Apple tag, and the moment I see a Samsung tag, for a price-conscious customer, that can be a make or break, right? So how do you see pricing coming in this picture?
So pricing is surely an integral part of an overall brand positioning. And to the same example that it's just being discussed between Samsung and Apple, I feel that it's not just one brand. Like we also have sub-brands within a brand. So for example, you can come up with a tiered approach.
Right.
Just say Samsung, Samsung has these A series, F series phones, which is like typically meant for, like regular people, but they also have come up with S series. And I've seen people who use S series phones, they don't want to switch to Apple. Because, exactly, so there is something to that brand has created, even though it's not the most premium brand. And Pankaj, you rightly said, I mean, Apple can really push you to the store. But the Samsung guy will want to buy that phone from Amazon or online, right? And that's the irony here. So yes, I think to your point, Yukti, pricing is a very strong, it just depends on how you want to leverage pricing as a strategy. And I feel pricing is all about fairness. Like when you create a brand or a product or a sub-brand or a tiered product, and then you have a price associated with it. But in the mind of the consumer, if he or she can easily identify, okay, Samsung ka F series, A series comes at this price, but S series comes at this price, I know why the price is high on the S series. So having that transparency in understanding the price of a product, even though it's high or low, I think that also creates a significant amount of, I would say, what's the opposite of friction? For lack of better words, so yeah, smoothness. So they really get propelled towards that brand or buying that product. So pricing definitely is, and it depends on how you leverage pricing as a tool.
Yeah, yeah.
So Dr. Yukti, I would like to add here.
Sure.
I think we're talking about pricing. So pricing is something I feel is actually very much related to the perceived value of your brand. That how much is the consumer willing to pay for your brand, that defines your pricing strategy. And when you mentioned about the F series or the M series, F series is specially built for Flipkart, M series is specially built for Amazon. So, I mean, at Timex also, when we are competing with brands that are selling watches even under 1,000 or 2,000 rupees, we create a new product range, which we call it segmentation, and that has happened post-COVID a lot. A lot of companies have started because there was a big war happening between offline and online channels. Distributors going at war with companies that how can you sell a similar product at half the price on Flipkart and I'm not able to sell it. I'm losing my customers.
Right.
So, I mean, this is how, pricing is differentiated, that I'm sure the product of S series is definitely better than, what F or M series are being offered by Samsung, and the consumer would not like
Would
to
not
use the
like.
other series.
So there are certain,
Taking,
yeah.
if I may, just taking one point ahead on the pricing is also, and since we are talking a lot about the handset industry, so hence I would like to go. So see about the pricing, but again, how that barrier is being broken into, right? Why the price band wise the why the price band wise movement is happening on the premiumization side is also because of the affordability that is there, right?
So,
So
sort
I
of,
may
in
not be
fact,
willing to.
that's what I wanted to ask, that since you've been in the business for so long, there are certain traditional, the tiering that we were talking about, that this product will sell in this part of the country, the premium one will sell in the urban centers. Have you seen a surprise in your experience where where the product was built for a particular category, a particular tier, but then it actually worked with another tier or a segment?
So that regularly happens, if I may just continue on it, and then of course. I was mentioning about the affordability, right? So the premium handsets that you talk about, the S series or the foldables for Samsung particularly, so, right? So earlier they used to be a metro product, right? But at this point in time, with the affordability, it is no longer a metro product, right? So I may not be, so any tier 3, 4, 5 person might not be willing to spend 60,000 at one go. But then he comes to know that there's a 24/0 scheme which is available, right? So it is practically for me 2,000 rupees per month that I need to pay. Then it becomes suddenly much more affordable, right? And then that 2,000 with again the local kind of communication that can happen with the distribution team working upon the communication that actually you try and send out to the customer is that it is not 2,000 rupees per month. It is actually 60 rupees per day.
Per day, yes.
Right? And then it becomes even more affordable, right? So hence that price barrier per se is being broken into, and that is why the premium growth that is coming into is not in the metros right now. It is more of sustenance that is happening in the metros.
Yeah.
But actually the growth is coming from the lower tier towns, because more and more people are actually, they had that aspiration to have that handset, but there was this barrier which was there, which is getting broken with the affordability.
With the affordability. Anyone else would like to take that one? You want to add?
Not an example that could be very relevant, but maybe a product I know, that is WD-40. I don't know if most of them would know. It's a spray actually, and it was invented as a product used for some rockets or some aeronautics use, where it used to be sprayed for some reducing the friction and all that. And when it was launched, that's how the name is also WD-40, because it's a chemical kind of a thing. But suddenly they saw that the spray can help you ease out any part that's screeching. I mean, your automobiles, your doors, any handle that making noise, just spray it for 1 second or 2 seconds, the sound is gone. In 2-3 seconds only. So that is one of the products that was made for a different use, but now is a product being used at every household. And it's magic. Trust me, it's magic. Every sound that comes from your home can be removed.
I'm yet to use that, but I'm surely going to recommend that and use that. Yeah. Pankaj, you want to say?
I was trying to
recollect. Yeah, no worries.
There are many examples that we come across, right? So, if I take example of CPG as a category, right? Aspirationally, Lay's is a metro brand.
Yes.
Right. But when they introduced 5 rupee pack, suddenly it became, like he said, affordable to a lot of kids in the smaller towns.
Yeah, smaller towns.
And they would like to, they would go take their parents to a shop and ask for that 5 rupee pack, despite having lesser number of chip in the bag, right? As I said, many examples that keep coming to me, like PepsiCo tried to cut down on Uncle Chips for a longest period of time, but they were not able to kill the brand because the demand for that product would never go down. Like whenever they'll try to replace it with Lay's as a mother brand, distributors will keep on asking for Uncle Chips, right? Coke into Thumbs Up. They tried to kill that brand, but there are markets, like he said, Coke being brand on the door, Thumbs Up is the #1 cola for them. Right. Continues to sell like bonkers in multiple markets, and they can never afford to now kill it.
Right.
It's #1 cola brand in India. So there are many such cases which gives you surprise. right? You think about that this product is meant for this particular market, but surprisingly, it will start selling in some other market.
In some other market, right? So,
just to add
yeah,
to that,
please,
I think
please.
it has to do with like the aspirations of the consumer.
Yes.
Which, a lot of time these FMCG companies have tracked it down very well. Let's take an example of Pepsi and others. By deploying these cricketers and stars for their campaigns, basically they're trying to hit on that aspirations of the consumers itself. Talking about the example that you take, there are actually many examples that would come to your mind. Like very simple example, like a Maggie, probably not designed with a rural audience in the mind, but with those 5 rupees packet, it is selling like anything, hotcakes everywhere, all across, even in the most of the remotest locations where accessibility is a problem on hilly areas and other.
It's selling there more. I think the numbers are huge from those accounts.
Exactly. Probably not designed with that aspect in mind, but
Absolutely.
given the utility and the ease of.
I think it's the brand. It
Supply
happened in a reverse order. It's the brand who learned later, and they started calling it the Mountain Wali Maggi, the Pahado Wali Maggi. It's because the consumer came in first, they bought the product, and that's how they then later branded.
So actually consumer inside that market is big actually. Yeah. Like when you see पहाड़ों में खा रहे हैं, तो advertising agencies start talking about कि पहाड़ों वाली मैगी का मजा लेंगे. Something like that.
Probably when you design the product, you also don't know what all areas it will be able to hit and impact. But then you get to know, you pick up on those nuances and then you build upon it further. You strengthen your distribution, you add those campaigns, because at the end of the day, you want to sell product, make profit. That's the end.
So you think I'll connect this point to your earlier point of loyalty.
Yeah.
Right? See, every brand wants to build loyalty for their products, and it's a journey. It's not that you can achieve it in a short span. It takes years, and you have to build legacy to get to that stage. Now, CPG particularly thrives on reputine. You need to increase the frequency. If I want to grow, there are two ways I can grow. One, I can penetrate into new markets, or I can make my existing customers consume more. Right? So when you create campaigns and thought processes around my movement Wali Maggie, that movement could be anything. My 2 a.m. Maggie, my 4 friend Maggie, my Pahad Wali Maggie. It's like it's instilling a point in your mind that okay, Maggie is part of my memory structure. Right? And these are the smarter things which cannot be taught, really sorry, in a classroom. This is where you have to be observant. You need to know more about the cultural and the consumer insight to see that what can I draft out.
Right. So thank you, Pankaj. In the interest of time, I would now like to request questions from the audience. If there are any questions that you would like to ask the panel, you can also let us know if you want somebody specifically to answer that question for you. We all study marketing at LBSIM.
I think this shows that we study really well at LBSIM, and hence the question.
I think when you sit on that side of the table, you want to be in that comfort zone.
It's a clear
You enjoy
indicator
the
that
comfort
we are
zone.
sitting in between lunch session for them.
Yeah, that of course is there. But I would really like to ask you that 5 years, 6 years down the line, so in the morning session, when we were listening to the keynote speaker, the guest of honor, we got to know that, what was working 10 years back is not working anymore. 5 years back, not working anymore. 2 years back is also not working anymore. So by the time they go out in the industry, another 1 year, the landscape would have changed. So are there any skills that you think are going to remain relevant for at least some time?
I don't think the basic fundamentals and principles have changed. They have remained same throughout.
Right.
It's the deployment tactic which is changing. If I talk about when I started my career, Google was still very new. Right? Google was still used as a star thing for every marketeer, that I want to show my ad when someone is searching something on Google. That's it. Today, Google can give you insight pertaining to what people are searching for, where are they searching for, and what are they looking for, right? Like Saurabh mentioned about that every national campaign doesn't translate into equal amount of share across markets, right? Similarly, every market has a different question from marketer or from the product usage or use point. So these are the data points which are becoming richer and richer every day. Deployment and creation of campaigns are same, it's just that they are becoming much more data backed.
Data backed, yeah.
Right? And this data will continue to get richer more and more. The way digital ecosystem is evolving, you're leaving behind much more signals every day. Every person sitting in this room, somewhere, some person in the marketing ecosystem would be analyzing them far more sharply, right? When we click something on Meta, we leave a signal.
We leave a signal, yeah.
When we drop message on WhatsApp, we leave a signal. So those are data points which is making marketer's job much more complex and at the same time far more richer, right? But basic fundamental remain same.
Basic fundamental. Thanks, Pankaj. So I think you heard him, no? The basic fundamentals remain the same, which means that the classrooms remain important, relevant, okay? So we have one question. Can we take this question? We see two hands, okay? Sir, we'll have your question first. Achha, thank you so much. Can we please pass the mic on to this lady? Okay, if you could just speak up, we'll see ya.
Fun style in everyday use help people remember and pick it up more, especially when people like you and me want more cheaper deals, but rural people are looking for something much a bit little fancier than whatever we want to look for. How do you emphasize on the brand recall in that aspect when people have multiple options to go for?
Do you want to answer that, Nikhil? Go ahead.
So I'm just thinking and processing this question in my mind. I'll just think and talk at the same time, maybe. I think one thing that brands can do, especially in these price-conscious segments, is try to, come up with pack size innovations. One example that strikes me is, for example, maybe a good or a new shampoo brand. You may not want to go for a bottle of a shampoo initially, but if they create those sachets, like 1, 2, or 5 rupee sachets, so basically adoption is what gets created with a unique packaging size. So when you play around with packaging, depending on what kind of customer segment you're targeting, what kind of product you're targeting, I think that becomes a key. So pack size innovation could be good here in that space. So a small pack size, 5 rupee, could actually bring adoption. And then when the adoption happens, the consumer uses the product, that's when he or she would get propelled to buy a bigger size product, which is what will bring margins to the seller. And then, of course, when that margin game is like already begun, is the stage when they could go for like a big bottle in that same shampoo category example. And that's what builds loyalty and then continuity on that brand adoption, especially in that space where price-sensitive customers exist. Does that answer your question?
Okay. So see, one part of it, you can always try and adapt your product, whether in form of packaging which is affordable to the customer, and few more nuances. Whether if it's a consumable product, it could be fragrance, it could be taste, right? But at the same time, from consumer to brand connection, it is very critical to adapt your communication style, keeping your core intact, right? For example, the cultural nuance of Andhra would be very different from a cultural nuance of Tamil Nadu. Sure. And if a brand understands that and communicates to customer back in their style, it will make a hell of a difference. Now I'll take example from, let's say, Zomato. We all are big fan of Zomato communication, right? Zomato knows every individual. They know what kind of food you like. They know what kind of food you order at what frequency and on what days. So they have created communication as per your taste palette. This is what is taking you back to that platform every day? If not you, probably most of us, right? Similarly, every consumer wants that respect back from the brand. And if brand is able to give it back to them, either through a one-on-one connection or mass communication, you will win that loyalty over a period of time. Right? But personalization, hyper-localization are the few pointers that may help you in that journey.
No, but there are others who have to ask more questions. Thank you. We can catch up over lunch. Thank you. Yes, last question, and then, sir, your question.
Hi, I'm Shagun Thimman. I'm from the general batch PGDM. So my question is, when influencer marketing started, it used to be a more authentic way of doing it, and people used to actually get pulled towards those brands. But with the rise of influencer marketing, now you can see it's more of, people do realize that some of it is being pushed down your throats all the time. But it is something that does bring results, because it is you do see results with it. So what is a more authentic way of collaborative marketing that you see taking over now, specifically with the whole, now every time an influencer posts, there's a sponsored ad, paid ad, and all of that, and you do realize that most of it is being shoved down your throat. So what is a more authentic way of taking that area of marketing forward?
Okay, I think influencer marketing is a very interesting topic that you picked up, and it is the most sought after budget taking category right now after media, and it is a part of media itself. So for influencer marketing, I think having real authenticators rather than having general influencers is something that differentiates how your brand gets portrayed. If I talk about us having influencers with us at Reebok time, I used to do it between 2014 to 2020. At that point in time, this blast did not happen that everyone was an influencer. So we had a very specific category relevant influencers who were fitness trainers, who were known fitness enthusiasts, or people who were actually seen as role models in their categories and not anyone else. So having a fitness influencer like Shivoham Bhatt, who is a well-known celebrity fitness trainer now in India, was one of those influencers with us on an agreement basis, not a one-off association. So he was seen as the key opinion leader in his category and voice of the brand. Similarly, brands used to take chefs on board to talk about their brand. So more realistic, more authentic collaborations with these influencers is something that becomes meaningful rather than having a blast. Blast also impacts when you want to spread the message around. So there has to be a clear influencer marketing strategy that starts from a category influencer to a B and to a C category. So A drives your broad reach, creates the impact, and the C categories or the B categories spread the message around, creating a halo around it. That is a strategic approach to influencer marketing.
Can I add a bit to it?
It's also about the credibility of influencer with the followers. Every time influencer is pushing something unnecessary to the followers is also pissing his followers off, right? That is where, one, it's a responsibility of influencer to protect himself and his followers. And as a brand, like Varun mentioned, that there are frameworks that we follow to ensure that we are working with right kind of talent in right way and not impacting the originality of the influencer, not influencing his originality, right? So that he can connect with his consumers or his followers in his way of working or his way of style, right? And too much of anything from an influencer, any which way, is gonna impact his quality scores. So there are tools which help us understand what is the engagement rate of an influencer, where he's followed, what kind of content he's creating. So we do a lot of maths behind it, right? But your question is largely from a consumer lens, not from a marketeer lens, right? So I'll leave that judgment on a consumer on how they want to perceive the influencer, whether you want to continue following him, her, or realize that, okay, fine, he is eventually monetizing you.
Okay. Professor Anupam, may we please have your question?
Just wanted to know from your experience, like any one brand in which you have applied some strategy to formalize, as we said, that from informal and for unbranded markets, like any one brand where you applied some strategy for Bharat, like branding in for Bharat, like
Right.
to the brand. It will
Thank
help
you, sir,
us,
for the
like,
question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, so when I worked on a brand like Shalimar Paints, there, you know, I initially thought probably branding is the way to go ahead. We build a bigger brand, stronger brand, use the heritage, and then create a brand. But you know what happened is that as soon as we did our research, we realized that the consumer is not the consumer actually. The consumer is the influencer. And in this category of paints, the real consumer is the painter, not you. So you don't buy paint. You just contact a painter and you ask him कि paint कराना है, क्या खर्चा आएगा, क्या होगा. If you have a brand preference, you tell him. If you don't have a brand preference, you ask him. Most of the cases, you ask the painter, or if you go directly, you still ask the dealer, कौन सा चल रहा है, बढ़िया कौन सा है. And this is what you showed in the video also. Initially, I was watching that in the rural India or the Bharat, the recommendations matter a lot because people, trust judgments of distributors. What he also mentioned that you incentivize the distributor and the influencers and they push your brand forward. So on basis on this, we created a complete strategy of marketing where we focus that we have to own the painter, convert the dealer and aware the consumer. So three core pillars we figured out where we said that any and every effort will go on owning the painter fraternity completely. So we went ahead with incentivizing them with a loyalty program that every paint you buy, you get some loyalty points. You convert those loyalty points into cash or get some goods from us. Second is we realized with our research that the painters have a need of what he said is respect. How you respect your consumer. So when our consumer is painter, then what is his aspirational need? What is he expecting? So he was expecting respect from us. He was expecting that if we could create some skill for life. So we started creating training programs for those painters, right? So this is how the strategy started evolving, that we created a strategy that owning the painter wherever he needs us, converting the dealer by offering margins, by offering visibility to them, by creating, dealership programs where they also get incentives, their shop boys get incentives. And the last leg was the consumer, where entire digital effort was done to drive awareness only. So that if a painter or a dealer says, "Sir, Shalimar ले जाओ, problem नहीं है कोई." Consumer ने अगर देखा ही नहीं है Shalimar, digital visibility है ही नहीं है, he doesn't trust. He sees कि he's fooling me out. But if a consumer is just aware about the brand that, okay, I've seen Shalimar, I've heard Shalimar, okay, ठीक होगा, whatever he's saying. So that is how we prepared a strategy, which now the strategy at Shalimar is completely different of what I have worked on brands like Reebok, or now we are working on Timex or Samsung or DLF, whatever brands I've worked on. So this was a complete different strategy. So every brand needs a different kind of strategy that originates from the research, that you deep dive, and then you understand the nuances of the category and prepare a strategy. And this becomes your strategic framework. Every single person, team member in the organization works on this framework.
Sir, I'll give you one more example. So 2014-15, urban consumption was saturating, right? And for any consumer durable or let's say CPG, rural India was emerging as a big player. Unfortunately, the heartland, Hindi heartland in rural markets is media dark, right? Whether you talk about UP beyond the top cities or Bihar, Jharkhand. We used to call it job, as Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar as a market, right? Now, how do we reach out to that market from media lens, wherein while our distribution is there, but so much of lookalike copy brands, which is taking away our share, right? So it's a case study by Unilever, classic case study. They created a concept called Kaan Kajura Rotation.
Yes.
They created an audio outreach program where they painted a phone number on every wall promising consumer that they'll get entertained for 30 minutes a day, right?
You just give a missed call.
They
and
just
it's
used to give a missed call,
yeah.
and they will get a call back. You tell
Very-
the interest.
Very successful
joke.
campaign.
Yes,
very
and we were part of that program. I take pride in that. We were, central spine of that entire program at that time. And trust me, that got continued for 3 years. And then we realized that there are now cheaper alternatives available to reach out that audiences. And it was a cost quite a lot heavy on the cost. So we had to move away from that. But advertising in Bharat today is far more convenient, and a lot of venues are available. The only difference is, like all of us have touched upon on this point, that India is not one single country. India is combination of multiple countries, right? And even at the taluka level, your nuance change, right? How do you leverage the existing opportunities which are there, or tools which are available to you, to knit a framework or a strategic framework that can be deployed? किस आदमी को हिंदी पसंद है, किस आदमी को लोन की ज़रूरत किस पर्पस के लिए है? अगर आपको वो पता है, then you'll be able to really, talk to that customer in much more relevant manner and touch upon and gauge the attention. And many examples. I mean, rural has been a favorite point for us. Like, we've done multiple in that area, and a lot of case studies are available. As I said, if you look for inspiration outside, there are much more inspiration available.
Absolutely. Thanks, Pankaj. I think it's time. I would like to thank all of you, Saurabh, Nikhil, Kawalpreet, Varun, Pankaj, on behalf of my institution. It was a pleasure listening to your experiences. I'm sure the audience has learnt a lot. And, I'm again concluding that branding is a process. Pre and post is the trust. It has to continue. We are interacting at multiple levels. The dynamics have changed, but human interaction is very important, even on this day when we speak so much about digital. So going forward, I think our students will take this forward and learn from whatever insights you've given them today. Maybe they take up some projects, understand, deep dive, and then have questions for you in the next round whenever we meet soon. We would like to invite you again to our campus at another occasion. And so thank you, audience, for being so patient, participative, and we are hopeful that with this rigor we would be able to organize many more summits and conferences. So thank you.
And I would also like to thank you, Yukti, for this opportunity. Really loved interacting with all of you, and I've been a great fan of Shastriji all my life, and I really take pride in being part of this event today. And thanks for inviting us.
This has been a profound discussion which has made all of us understand the current status and potential of India's markets much better. We thank our esteemed panelists and the moderator, Dr. Yukti Ahuja, for the enriching session. The deliberation has evidently established that informal markets are the invisible engine powering India's growth story, and how data is helping in that.
May I now invite Professor Nalan Jain to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Kawarpreet Singh Oberoi, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
I now request Dr. Gaurav Joshi to felicitate Mr. Nikhil Kala for the memento as a token of our gratitude.
May I now request Dr. Mohit Lohani to present Mr. Saurabh Kapoor with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
I would now like to invite Dr. Chavi Gupta on stage to present a memento to Mr. Pankaj Nagpal as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
I now request Dr. Ekta Singhal to honor Mr. Varun Malik with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. I now request all the panelists and our moderator to kindly come forward for a group photograph.
We request the dignitaries to proceed to the L&D room for lunch. The audience is requested to kindly remain seated as the dignitaries leave the auditorium.
भाई ये why are you using this one? Why not using that one? Yeah, this one's good. इसको हटा ही देना.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's fireside chat. In the age Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's fireside chat. In the age of algorithms, going viral is often mistaken for success. Everyone wants to break the internet, but what happens the day after? This session on the topic from virality to value challenges the obsession with vanity metrics like views and likes. We are moving the conversation from simply stopping the scroll to actual business growth. Our discussion will focus on harnessing the chaotic energy of a viral moment and channeling it into concrete, long-term customer value. Now, we would like to request our esteemed speaker for the session, Mr. Aman Jindal, to kindly join us on stage.
For the session, it is an honor to have with us Mr. Aman Jindal, an innovation-driven professional known for blending technology, creativity, and human-centered thinking to drive meaningful impact. An LBSIM alumnus with gold medal distinction in the PGDM program, Mr. Jindal currently works in innovation at Deloitte, where he focuses on leveraging emerging technologies and digital capabilities to solve complex business problems. Prior to Deloitte, he has also worked with Capgemini, further strengthening his exposure to large-scale transformation environments. He brings a strong Gen Z perspective to the table, challenging conventional approaches while remaining grounded in execution. His work emphasizes reducing turnaround time through smart use of tools and prompt engineering while aligning innovation with real business outcomes. Beyond the corporate ecosystem, Mr. Jindal is also a TEDx speaker, a two-time national champion in Microsoft Office Specialist competition, and a digital creator with strong presence engaging an audience of over 450,000 followers on Instagram. His journey reflects a unique balance between corporate excellence and personal passion, believing firmly that both can and should coexist. May I now request Mr. Puneet Dhingra, Coordinator, Marketing Club Genesis, to welcome Mr. Aman Jindal with the planter. Thank you. We now hand over the proceedings of the session to Lavanya Talwar and Anshika Jain, executive members of the Marketing Club Genesis.
All right, I'd like to say something before we start. Okay, देखो, मैं तुमसे 2 साल senior हूँ. I am a 2023 pass out, and they've done a fabulous job introducing me. But I'll tell you something about myself. I'm Aman, a pass out of 2023 batch. I've been a gold medalist here, for one of the projects that I made. Uske baad, I started my journey into content creation. But in content creation, I've been for a lot of time. Abhi jo recent channel hai, the one that for which I'm sitting here right now and telling you all about it, was started in January 2024. So it's been about 2 years since I've started that page, and now we're growing exponentially, and a lot of things is happening, right? But this is not one of your regular, formal sessions. This is completely informal. So be as informal as you can, but don't chillao and everything. You can be as informal with me as possible, maintaining the decorum, of course. But if you like what I say, then say aho. Can you say it for me? Aho? Regular PGDM energy. A little louder, please. Okay, I'll say 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. थोड़ा सा loud हो सकते हो यार, कोई बात नहीं, तुम्हारा auditorium, मेरा campus है, हमारा campus है ये. Be a little louder. Sir, is it okay? Getting a little informal now. Come on. अब तो सामंत sir ने बोल दिया है. At the top of your voice, guys, let's bring in some Gen Z energy. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. ठीक है, अब चलते हैं. Now that we are on the same ground, तुम्हारी energy, मेरी energy match करेगी, and now we can start. Let's go. Aho.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Anshika Jain. I, Lavanya Talwar. Members of the Marketing Club are excited to spark up this fire chat along with our esteemed guest, Mr. Aman Jindal. Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Aman Jindal.
Aho. Let's go.
We appreciate your support as this is our first time conducting this chat.
Awesome.
So kindly pardon us for any unintentional errors.
Aho.
Let me ask you all a question. How many of you have ever refreshed your post insights more times than your exam results?
Aho.
Exactly, we have all been there. That feeling when you know you have created something valuable, but the internet just ignores it. It is exactly what today's fireside chat is about, virality to value. So before you people know your work and before the reach and the recognition, how were the early days and what were the toughest challenges that you went through?
Okay. Early days, non-glamorous. कोई भी validate नहीं करता था आपके content को, and everybody see you made a mistake, mic वाला हुआ, and everybody started laughing. Almost 20% of them, right? So this is what happens whenever you make a new content or you go out there in the market with whatever you want to have, right? With your own creativity, with your own passion. But ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप सबसे connect कर पाओ. So early days, yes, non-glamorous, I would say, is one word for the initial being. उसके बाद when you are very consistent with your efforts, so you'll eventually find your own audience, right? You'll build your own audience. So that is what happened. Starting में, I experimented a lot. This is not my first channel, as I said. इससे पहले मैं मंत्रा का part था. Anybody from Mantra here? Mantra, okay, awesome. इससे पहले मैं मंत्रा का पार्ट था तो मैं म्यूजिक वीडियोस बनाता था, राइट? एंड उसके बाद फिर मैंने टॉकिंग हेड वीडियोस बनाना स्टार्ट किया एंड लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स हैपेंड, एक्सपेरिमेंटेड अ लॉट, बहुत सारे चैनल्स अलग अलग बनाए, सब ने एनीथिंग डिडंट क्लिक, मतलब ऐसे होता है स्टार्टिंग में, नथिंग क्लिक्स, राइट? बट देन यू गॉट टू फिगर आउट योर पैशन, व्हाट यू आर वेरी गुड एट टॉकिंग अबाउट, एंड देन यू स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग ऑन दैट. सो या स्टार्टिंग में तो अनग्लैमरस.
That was a great perspective. Keeping that in mind, we'll move ahead. If you had to give students one principle to remember about turning virality to value, what would it be and why?
Virality can be chased in various ways, right? Virality can be a lot of things. अगर मैंने LBSIM में content बनाया and everybody from my batch is watching that, then it's viral. It's virality in LBSIM. If I make a content that is relatable to Delhi audience, then I'm viral in Delhi probably, right? If I make content that is valuable, then I'm viral in the entire country, maybe in the world, right? So it depends on the type of value that you are creating. Ultimately, boiling down to the niche, जिसमें आप content बनाना चाहते हो, so there could be a lot of things where you can understand, develop the content, और value कहाँ से drive होगी basically. Very simple things. You, okay, the one with specs. What subject? Yeah, what subject do you like the most here right now? Finance. Awesome. ठीक है, मेरे काम के नहीं है. What do you like? Sweater. First, second row. Yeah, you. You was no finance. I'm kidding. Okay, you like finance. ठीक है, let's say you like finance. You find value there. You find value in finance. How? How do you find value in finance? Let's say if I were to give you a job of 5 LPA, will you still be interested in finance? अब वैल्यू नहीं मिल रही एकदम से. ठीक है? So what happens is, तुमको जो चीज़ें पसंद है, हो सकता है उसकी मार्केट वैल्यू कुछ ना हो, but it would still mean a lot to you, right? जिस चीज़ में आप बहुत ज़्यादा interested हो, the things that you can say without even thinking, without even going to the books, learning about it more, जिस level पे अभी आप हो, right? Whatever finance knowledge you have right now, if you can create a video out of it, put it up on the internet, then there will be audience who can connect to you. So if you want to chase virality, first understand where you can put in the most value, right? Otherwise, बाकी सारे platforms जितने भी social media platforms हैं, सब entertainment के लिए, right? If I were to ask all of them, तो इन सब ने पक्का राज शमानी या रणवीर अलाहाबादिया इन सब की clips देखी होंगी, but the first clip that they would have seen is Yeti के बारे में, या आप मरने के बारे में क्या सोचते हो, right? That could be a lot of things that could be entertaining. So we have to do that. We have to give value, but also entertain people in some sort of way when it comes to social media. So virality comes from value and entertainment. These are the two main pillars, right? And there could be endless pillars, honestly, but value and entertainment is two things that you can get to get viral.
That was a valuable takeaway, sir, especially for the students who are trying to build up their career currently. And we'll also take...
Guys, aho. Aho.
How do you eventually manage both the corporate world and also the digital content creation side?
Okay. The most asked about question कि आपको Deloitte काम कैसे करने दे रहा है इतना ज़्यादा. ठीक है. Okay. That honestly, if you want to pursue your passion, if you want to get into something that you're very passionate about, then you have to understand that time eats time. बहुत छोटी सी चीज़ है, हो सकता है किसी के लिए टॉक्सिक भी हो, बट टाइम ईट्स टाइम. इफ़ यू से कि मेरे पास सिर्फ 24 घंटे हैं और 24 घंटे में मैं सिर्फ जॉब कर सकता हूँ, then you are the one at fault, right? Because ultimately you are giving some excuses to your passion. So अगर आप किसी चीज़ के बारे में passionate हो, then you'll eventually figure out time, right? It's not just Deloitte and it's not just Instagram and just YouTube that I'm doing, right? I'm doing a lot of things. I'm working on myself. मैं जिम जाता हूँ, बॉक्सिंग करता हूँ, उसके बाद फिर मैं अपने घर वालों का ध्यान रखता हूँ. There are a lot of things, right? जो मैं आपको अभी नहीं बता सकता because it will be a long show. However, things that you're passionate about, you'll eventually find time. You stop giving yourself excuses and start talking to people who actually value that, right? Ultimately, anything that you had to take away from this session, or I'll speak a lot, right? अभी बहुत लंबा session चलेगा, बहुत सारी बातचीत होगी. But अगर आप इस room से बाहर निकलोगे, and if you have to take just one lesson out of me speaking in front of you, is that your circle will define who you are in the next 4 years, right? अगर मेरे से कोई पूछे कि next 4 years कैसे होंगे, where do you see yourself? Honestly, I don't see myself. मतलब I don't see myself more than 4 weeks from now, right? So I have to choose my circle, and especially when you're in an institute like this, or wherever you are, whenever you are growing, right? आपको अपना circle ऐसे choose करना पड़ेगा, इतना tight रखना पड़ेगा, as I say, कि वहाँ पे जिन लोगों को तुम्हारे काम की वैल्यू है या जिन लोगों से तुम कुछ सीख सकते हो, अल्टीमेटली वो तुमको बहुत हेल्प करने वाले हैं, राइट? एंड पीपल हु सक आउट योर एनर्जी, ऑनेस्टली थ्रो देम अवे. बट तुमको अल्टीमेटली, आई सॉ रील अभी थोड़ी देर पहले घुसने से पहले, वेर इन देयर वाज अ बेब्लेड, राइट? एक पूरा ऐसे ट्रे बना रखा था, देयर वाज अ बेब्लेड. इट वाज नॉट स्पिनिंग, इट वाज नॉट रनिंग, राइट? एक नॉर्मल बेब्लेड पड़ा हुआ था, एंड देन दे लॉन्च्ड 4 more बेब्लेड्स इनटू इट. यू नो बेब्लेड्स, राइट? है ना? तो वो 4 और बेब्लेड्स उन्होंने ना लॉन्च कर दिया उस प्लेट में. सो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि जो बेब्लेड पड़ा हुआ था, कुछ नहीं कर रहा था, इट वाज नॉट स्पिनिंग, कुछ नहीं, मतलब ऐसे बस पड़ा हुआ है, एकदम लेटा हुआ है, ठीक है? वो भी स्पिन करने लग गया बिकॉज ऑफ द फ्रिक्शन एंड एवरीथिंग दैट हैपेंड विद इन द प्लेट, राइट? सो अल्टीमेटली इट्स योर सर्कल दैट विल डिफाइन यू. जितना स्ट्रॉन्ग तुम्हारा सर्कल होगा, देखो 4 नॉनसेंस लोगों के साथ बैठोगे तो तुम 5 में बन जाओगे, ऑनेस्टली. अगर तुम 4 ऐसे लोगों के साथ बैठोगे जो जिम जाते हैं तो तुम भी जिमिंग स्टार्ट कर सकते हो. अगर तुम 4 क्रिएटर्स के साथ बैठोगे तो तुम शायद 5वें बन जाओगे जो कैमरा उठाएगा. अगर तुम 4 बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे कमाने वालों के साथ बैठे हो तो यूल इवेंचुअली फिगर आउट अ वे जहाँ पर शायद तुम अपनी जॉब क्विट करके अपना बिजनेस कर सको, राइट? अल्टीमेटली यू हैव टू डिराइव योर ओन, मेक योर ओन वैल्यू इन द मार्केट, एंड देन अगर तुम्हारा पैशन उसके साथ अलाइन होता है, नथिंग इज बेटर देन दैट. The only thing that I loved and I still love about LBSIM is before LBSIM मैंने BTech किया, मैंने school किया, but most of the decisions were driven by my parents. अच्छा, अब तेरा स्कूल हो गया, अब तू PCB या PCM चुनेगा, करेक्ट? अच्छा, तूने स्कूल कर ली, फेल हो गया, कोई बात नहीं, अब तू BTech करेगा, ठीक है? या MBBS करेगा. MBBS मेरे बस की बात नहीं थी तो BTech करा दिया, तो अब तू BTech करेगा. BTech के बाद बढ़िया चीज़ हुई कोविड, अच्छी चीज़ नहीं थी, सॉरी, एक चीज़ हुई कोविड, राइट? और उसके बाद आई कुड टेक वन डिसीजन वेर इन आई कुड अपीयर फॉर कैट एंड कम इन टू एन इंस्टीट्यूट लाइक LBSIM, चूज माई कोर्स. यहाँ पे कितने PGDM जनरल बैच के हैं, राइट? सो यू वुड अंडरस्टैंड माई फीलिंग, राइट? भाई हाथ नीचे कर ले, कोई बात. तो यू वुड अंडरस्टैंड माई फीलिंग, राइट? Choosing your own subjects in the second year means a lot. Because तब आप वो चूज कर सकते हो जिसमें आपको genuinely interest है. If you're choosing a subject जिसमें आप genuinely interested नहीं हो, you're just going for because industry wants you to be there, और आपको लगता है कि वहाँ पे placements अच्छी होती हैं, then that is also one way. But in my opinion, it's a move towards mediocrity, because then you would not be working in a field where you love, where you know your mind works. So essentially अब जो तुम्हारी एज है, जो तुम्हारी उम्र है, वहाँ पे तुमको कुछ ना कुछ तो फिगर आउट हो गया होगा, या यू आर स्टिल फिगरिंग आउट, दैट इज ऑल्सो ओके, मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर. फिगर आउट हो गया होगा कि हमारे इंटरेस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स कौन से हैं, राइट? या फिर हमारे को सबसे ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट किस चीज़ में आ रहा है, इवन इफ इट्स नॉट टॉट इन द इंस्टीट्यूट. उसको पकड़ के रखो, रिगार्डलेस तुम्हारी जॉब कहाँ लगती है उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. तुम अपनी स्किल्स बिल्ड करते रहो. ऑलवेज एंड ऑलवेज ट्राई टू get money and put it into your passion, I'd say. Because when I was in LBSIM, in my second year, I used to do a lot of freelance projects, and that's what happens when you get a PPO. But PPO मिलने से अच्छी बात ये हुई कि मेरे को अपने लिए टाइम मिल गया, और I started building a lot of skills. Although it didn't work out when I entered Capgemini, क्योंकि वहाँ पे video content creation की क्या ही skill matter करेगी. But मैंने ऐसी skills बना ली उस period में जो मैं sell कर सका market में. So if in case you're interested, right, or if you think that you have a skill that is sellable, then go ahead, market में उतरो. देखो, books तुमको पढ़ा सकती हैं, professors हमारे बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत कुछ सिखाते हैं, but if you don't actually go into the market and start selling things on yourself, you'll never understand the theories or the prioritization matrices or any concept that is taught. Right? BCG matrix हो गया या कोई भी matrix हो गया, pestle analysis, SWOT analysis, ये सब तुम्हारे exam में बहुत अच्छे से काम आएंगे. But जब तुम actually market में उतरोगे and जब उसको actually practical use करोगे, तब तुम्हें समझ में आएगा कि इसका मतलब क्या है. Right? तब तुम्हें समझ में आएगा ना. SWOT analysis, अच्छा, कितने लोगों ने किया है SWOT analysis? सर, हाथ नहीं उठ रहे? किसी ने भी नहीं? आहो चिल्ला दो यार एक बार. सो गए सब. एक और बार चिल्लाओ. एक और बार. एक और बार. एक यही वाली साइड बोले यार, ये क्या हो गया तुम लोगों को? Anyway, SWOT analysis किया है किसी ने? 3-4 हाथ दिख रहे हैं मेरे को. ठीक है. 4, 5, ओके. 5 हाथ दिख रहे हैं, कोई बात नहीं. SWOT एनालिसिस अपने ऊपर करके देखो किसी दिन. तुम अभी कंपनीज पे कर रहे हो, उनके प्रोडक्ट्स पे कर रहे हो, बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे कर रहे हो, अपने ऊपर करके देखो कि मेरी क्या स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं, मेरी क्या वीकनेसेस हैं, व्हाट आर द अपॉर्चुनिटीज वेयर आई कैन गेट इन, कैन आई स्टेप इनटू द मार्केट फ्रॉम डे 1, इफ नॉट फ्रॉम डे 1 देन डे 10, और थ्रेड्स क्या हो सकते हैं उसके. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ आई एम बिल्डिंग अ प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम डे 1 दैट विल समहाउ बी अ थ्रेट टू गूगल, तो वो मत करो. राइट? क्योंकि तुम्हें थोड़ा लो की रहना है फर्स्ट फ्यू डेज में. यू डोंट हैव टू बी अ रेड फ्लैग व्हेन यू गेट आउट. सॉरी फॉर यूजिंग जेन ज़ी टर्म्स. बट देन अल्टीमेटली you'll have to figure out कि what are the skills you can sell apart from you doing your regular course, you're doing your PGDM, right? If it is not me entertaining people, right? मेरे को एक जो चीज़ समझ में आई over the course of my PGDM was that I am good at entertaining people. I'm good at communicating. I'm very good at public speaking, very good at giving presentations, which was validated with my gold medal, right? इन सब चीज़ों से मैं बहुत influence हुआ towards making this channel Talk Pro with Aman. So essentially what we did in the starting was कि हम लोग बस communication, public speaking और ये सब सिखाते थे, based on the reports that I used to get from BBC. Let's say BBC ने एक report निकाली थी 2023 में, wherein they said that 50% of all graduates in India are unemployable, which is a very big number. Considering अगर तुम उस इंडस्ट्री में घुसना चाह रहे हो, it's a big number for you to make money also, right? Not just your passion. So it's a big number where I could tackle in, I could get in, tackle with my own opinions and with my own skills that I have built over the past few years. And my interests also lie there. So for example, अगर मैं किसी कंपनी में भी घुस रहा हूँ तो मेरे को brand and communication में बड़ा interest आ रहा है, right? Why is that? It is because I've already started freelancing at the back of my college days, right? और वहाँ से फिर मेरे को चीज़ें समझ में आने लगी. So as a student in your early days, as a fresher, you'll need to figure out a lot of things that aligns perfectly with your skills, with your passion. Passion से skills बनाओ, skills से पैसा बनाओ, और यहाँ पहुँच जाओ.
So now we would like to take up some questions from the audience.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Harsh Gupta and I'm from PGDM General.
Right.
So my question is, what's more dangerous for a young creator, going viral before knowing what they stand for or knowing their value but having zero reach?
Can you repeat that question?
So my question is, what's more dangerous for a young creator, going viral before knowing what they stand for or knowing their value but having zero reach?
Yeah. First option is very dangerous. If you go, so I've seen people who have gone crazy viral because of a lot of things, right? Went crazy viral, but they have no idea where to stand for. तुम में से कोई Formula 1 देखता है? Formula 1. हाँ, Formula 1 देखते हैं, काफ़ी लोग देखते हैं, okay. Great. SWOT analysis क्यों नहीं कर रहे भाई तुम? Anyway, Formula 1 अगर तुम देख रहे हो, तो अभी recent shifts क्या हुए हैं? Where is Lewis Hamilton right now? Say a little louder. Ferrari. Where was he before? Mercedes AMG, correct. So Mercedes AMG से Ferrari पे क्यों shift हुआ? Anybody knows? हाँ? पैसा बहुत है उसके पास, वो अलग बात है. क्यों shift हुआ? हाँ? Childhood नहीं. Business doesn't work on dreams, honestly, but ठीक है. Anybody has any take? Formula 1 देखते हैं सारे, बताओ. If you're not only watching it for Drive to Survive, कोई बात नहीं. So ultimately that shift happened because Ferrari was supporting his belief, his values of one foundation that he used to build, right, at the back end of Mercedes. And Mercedes ने वहाँ पे funding बंद कर दी थी, right? That was one of the reasons. Ferrari obviously used to make better cars. Mercedes की cars drop हो रही थी year by year. But then ultimately Ferrari में भी वो अच्छी गाड़ी के साथ perform नहीं कर रहा है. अगर किसी ने इस बार का season देखा हो तो, right? You might have a good car, but if someone is not standing with what you value, you might not be associated with them. है ना? तो it's very dangerous going viral first and then understanding your value than to understanding your value and having 0 followers. Because honestly, अभी मैं जब lunch कर रहा था तब भी मेरे से किसी ने पूछा कि when do you actually start making money in content creation? See, if you have a product at the very beginning of your content creation journey, if you have product from day one, then अगर आपके पास 10 followers भी हैं तो उसमें से एक follower को तो आप वो product बेच सकते हो, right? And then you can start earning from day one. However, if you want to go into brand consumption, brand validation, और उसके बाद फिर brand promotions ये सब, तो उसके लिए you'll have to figure out some things. You'll have to give in some time. 10,000, 20,000 followers होने चाहिए ताकि companies को भी एक base पता लगे. Do we have the girl who asked influencer marketing वाला question in the last session? You were it? Okay. In that question, I'll answer. Amazing job जिन्होंने भी answer किया था. But honestly, from the brand perspective आपने सुना. But मैं आपको influencer perspective से मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताता हूँ. As hard as it is for the brand to approach a influencer, it is also almost equally hard for an influencer to keep the brand in contract. So if my reel, let's say I am partnering up with, let's say, Apple, all right? If I'm partnering up with Apple and Apple says कि भाई मैं तेरे को इतने पैसे दूंगा, you make a reel for me, right? And then upload that reel. It doesn't mean that I'll shove my iPhone 16 into your throat. But if I don't convert any sale, तो फिर वो जो बाकी की बैकएंड चीज़ें चल रही है ना मेरे कैलेंडर पे, मेरे नोशन कैलेंडर पे, मेरी सारी चीज़ें चल रही है, वो फिर मेरे पे बैकलैश कर जाएंगी. Because if I can't drive brands on my page, then my February is gone. अगर मैं अपना जो ऑर्गेनिक कंटेंट बना रहा हूँ वो तो बना ही रहा हूँ, राइट? तो वो चलता ही है. But if I am not able to convert sales out of those impressions that I'm making, then कोई फायदा नहीं है फिर ये सब बनाने का, राइट? एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जो ब्रांड मेरे साथ एसोसिएट होना चाहता है वो चाहता है कि सेल डेवलप हो, राइट? तो अगर मैं करियर और कम्युनिकेशन का जैसे कंटेंट बनाता हूँ तो मेरे पास एडटेक ब्रांड्स आते हैं, बहुत सारे एआई ब्रांड्स आते हैं, गूगल आता है, वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ ब्रांड्स कमिंग इन, लेनोवो, अडोबी, यू नेम इट वी हैव इट. हमारा पोर्टफोलियो ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम बहुत ग्रो हो चुका है. बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इफ वी डोंट कन्वर्ट सेल्स देन दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू कम बैक. इवन इफ आई मेक अ लाख रुपीज टुडे इन जनवरी, जैसे हमारा एक कैंपेन किया था विद naukri.com इन दिसंबर, right? For them, we were able to make about 5 million views on Instagram. We were able to convert about 5 lakh rupees in sales for them. So 5 lakh rupees in sales versus you paying for the influencer is the actual thing that happens. उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, आपका content कैसा है, I bet you didn't know this, किसी से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ठीक है? But देखो क्या रिएक्शन आया I bet you didn't know this पे, बिल्कुल खराब ऑडियंस. But the point is that if I don't keep a brand intact, if I don't have the conversions at the end of the day, तो फिर मेरे brand पे बात आ जाएगी, and then मेरा brand खराब हो जाएगा. तो it happens both ways.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such honest and grounded insights with us today. From the early struggles to building credibility, your journey really reminded us that virality is not an overnight win. It's often the result of consistency, clarity, and real value.
On behalf of everyone here, thank you, sir, for taking out the time
No worries.
and sharing your journey, insights, and lessons with us today. Let's give him a final round of applause.
Let's say Aho. Let's go. Yes, sir. Sir? So you mentioned about three things. और जब मैं कैब में बैठा सुबह and when I was coming, there were so many things running across my head. क्योंकि सर होता क्या है कि you do a lot of things. आप बहुत सारी चीज़ें करते हो, आप मार्केट में अपना कंटेंट बना के भी डाल देते हो, आप नॉर्मल जॉब कर रहे हो, whatever you're doing, right? But at the end of the day, when your alma mater recognizes that effort, then that is bang on. तो सर मेरे लिए तो वैलिडेशन, मतलब मैं तो कंटेंट क्रिएटर हूँ, मैं आई थ्राइव ऑन वैलिडेशन, बट देन गेटिंग वैलिडेटेड फ्रॉम योर एल्बम मैटर एंड देन हैविंग दैट काइंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, बिकॉज आप में से कितने लोग गैम में आए हैं ग्रैंड एलुमनाई मीट में? कपल ऑफ यू, राइट? सो तुम लोग स्वॉट क्यों नहीं कर रहे भाई? ठीक है, तुम लोग गैम में आए हो एंड लास्ट 2 गैम से आई वाज बिफोर सामंत सर's लाइफ कि सर मेरे को बुलाओ, आई रियली वांट टू इंटरेक्ट विद द स्टूडेंट्स एंड टेल देम कि कंटेंट कैन एक्चुअली बी द वे फॉरवर्ड. बिकॉज ऑनेस्टली आप अपनी लाइफ में कहीं पे भी हो, राइट, आप अपने ओपिनियंस, अपनी वैल्यूज जब तक दिखा रहे हो ना, तब तक यू आर building your personal brand. You don't have to gain views in millions like me. मतलब you don't have to be you don't have to have a lot of followers. Followers chase करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. But at the end of the day, if you are able to speak in front of camera, so मेरी journey भी ऐसी start हुई थी. But I'll talk about my journey later on. However, coming back to sir's question, it's such a wonderful thing because I remember मैं न्यूयॉर्क में था and मैं वहाँ से पता नहीं, मैं बहुत ऊपर था. आई वॉज लाइक 78 फ्लोर, 110 ऐसे कुछ फ्लोर्स थे वहाँ पे. आई वॉज देयर एंड आई कुड सी अ लॉट ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स डाउन देयर एंड मैंने देखा कि एक बहुत बड़ा नाइकी का ना लोगो है. सो इफ़ यू आप जाओगे इंटरनेट पे, अभी आप देखना, गूगल सर्च करना नाइकीज हेडक्वार्टर इन न्यूयॉर्क, राइट, एंड यू सी कि उनको एक बहुत बड़ा लोगो है विच यू कैन सी फ्रॉम 110 फ्लोर्स अबव, राइट. यहाँ तो 2 फ्लोर ऊपर भी कुछ नहीं दिखता बिकॉज ऑफ पोल्यूशन, बट 110 फ्लोर्स अबव यू कैन सी द नाइकी लोगो. एंड मैंने सबसे पहले कुछ नहीं किया, मैंने सबसे पहले वीडियो बनाई और सामंत सर और सर को भेजी, त्यागी सर को, कि मैंने कहा सर देखो आज मार्केटिंग लेसन हो गया एकदम प्रैक्टिकल वे में, बिकॉज दैट इज समथिंग दैट कीप्स मी ग्राउंडेड एंड कीप्स गेटिंग मी बैक ऑन दोज ट्रैक्स जहाँ से मैंने ये सारी चीज़ें सीखी हैं, राइट. सीखते तो आप अल्टीमेटली क्लासरूम्स में हो, राइट, और उसके बाद हम जैसे लोग होते हैं और बहुत सारे लोग हैं हमारे बैच में जो एक्चुअली उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, वट एवर यू आर डूइंग. तो इट ऑलमोस्ट फील्स लाइक ए ड्रीम कमिंग ट्रू टू LBSIM. जब मैं कैब में बैठा था तो मैं भी यही सोच रहा था, यार ये मैंने क्या अच्छी चीज़ें कर दी है कि मेरे को वापस बुलाया जा रहा है. एंड दैट टू सिटिंग ऑन दिस स्टेज, बिकॉज आई रिमेंबर जब मैं यहाँ पे एज अ स्टूडेंट था तो आई यूज टू ऑर्गेनाइज दीज इवेंट्स, राइट, जहाँ पे अभी आप बैठे हो या जहाँ पे आप लोग बैठे हो, मैं भी वहीं पे बैठा रहता था और मैं बोलता था कि यार ये सैटरडे को इवेंट करना ज़रूरी है क्या? आहो, लेट्स गो. तो मैं भी यही सोचता था, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज़ दीज इवेंट्स, यू नो, जिसने मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव चेंज किया, जिन्होंने मेरे को ऐसे लोगों से मिलवाया हु आर सिटिंग राइट नाउ टॉकिंग अबाउट देयर एक्सपीरियंसेस. बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मैं 2023 का पास आउट हूँ और मेरे को जो चीज़ें आती थी वो कुछ भी नहीं था, राइट, और मेरे को तो अभी भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें नहीं आती एंड आई ओन इट. बट इट इज़ लिसनिंग टू दीज पीपल हु आर ऑलरेडी इन द इंडस्ट्री फॉर सो लॉन्ग, हु हैव डन सो मेनी कैंपेन्स एंड दे नो देयर ओन थिंग, राइट. उनसे सीखना इज़ वन ऑफ द बेस्ट थिंग्स दैट यू कैन डू इन एन इंस्टीट्यूट. एंड अल्टीमेटली इफ यू एवर नीड हेल्प विद योर कॉन्टेंट और anything you want to do in social media, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you, sir. That was a pleasure having a conversation with you.
We thank our eminent speaker and the moderators for such an energizing fireside chat. This session was a powerful example of mentorship, with insights from someone who once walked the same path and has inspired us to aim higher and evolve professionally. We also extend our sincere thanks to our audience for your enthusiastic engagement.
May I now invite Dr. Prashant Pandey to present a memento to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Aman Jindal, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. We now request the dignitaries to proceed for high tea. The audience is requested to kindly remain seated as the dignitaries leave the auditorium.
LBSIM right now, my meter, और मेरे पास एक बहुत